Hello everybody and welcome back to week number 2 of the spring split here of the PCS, of course brought to you by Kerry International and Riot Games. And now, a few interesting games ahead of us, but before that, a new interesting look at the desk. I will be once again your host Vestian, and alongside me, a new face, it's Low.
Yeah, I'll be filling in Shock's 6'5" shoes today. You'll have to do with me.
Tell us a little about yourself.
Well, I was actually Shock's former teammate. It's been a while since I've played professionally, but I've been keeping up with competitive league, and I'm excited to watch the games we've got on today.
Yeah, and I think it's a good time to really get into it because we get to see PSG, who, at least for my money, is probably looking like the hottest team in the league currently, and they're going up against, in the first game, their former teammate, their former AD carry in Waco. And you know what? Of course, before we get into those games, we get to have 1v1s. And now I personally am really hoping we get to see a Betty versus Waco 1v1 for side selection.
Yeah.
The PSG Twitter actually released a little thing about who they should sub in, and I commented that they should put in Betty versus Waco. But we'll see. Of course, on your screen now are the standings. BYG currently sitting there in first place, but they have played more games than that of Frank as well as PSG, of course, only playing the one.
Beyond looked really strong so far. They took kind of a surprise win over CFO. CFO looking maybe a little bit shaky, right? Yeah,
for sure. I think that's something I definitely agree with. Of course, CFO are currently sitting on the 1 point after losing, as you said, to BYG. But yeah, I think BYG, they haven't had the easiest sort of schedule thus far, of course, going up against CFO first, but taking up the series 2-1. And I think in particular, I mean, all of them have looked really good, but Feng, I think for my money, he's looked the most consistent on the team. Of course, Driver always does his job up in the top lane, but we won't see them today. We will see, of course, PSG versus J-Team, as I touched on earlier, and Frank versus Halpigs. We'll have that graphic for you very shortly. In fact, there you go. What a timing to say it.
PSG looked really strong against Halpigs, who admittedly is probably one of the weaker teams.
Yeah.
But it was the kind of win you wanted to see. They were just completely dominant. Didn't really look like Halpigs were in it at all. J-Team, on the other hand, pretty shaky against Frank. Maybe a favorite going into that series, but you at least wanted to see a better performance out of J-Team. You know, pretty much only Waco really doing anything.
And it's not too surprising that Waco was the standout player on the team. I think we kind of, or at least for me, I kind of expect to see that. Minji, I'll say, was a bit quieter than I would have liked to have seen. You said sort of before the cast that his game number 2 wasn't so hot. And Kongyue as well, known as one of those carry junglers, he didn't really make the Nocturne work. So see if he can pick something else up. He was traditionally the Viego of the PCS, where myself and Shock would often see Viegos and think how appalling they looked, and then he would pick it up and it looked really good. So we'll see if he can pick up something like that in today's series. But
it's a big adjustment to make. Nocturne having really high priority recently, but his results are not so good. Kind of the same with the Orianna, actually picking up 4 losses. One of those was on Minjay, who had, I think, a 0-4-0 start. Maybe a lot of it is we're kind of shaky. It's the first week. We shouldn't read into it too much, and we'll see how they do. But they've got tough competition in PSG, who actually got Nocturne's only win.
Yeah, they did. And Junji are picking up a quadra kill on that. They also got Ash's only game played. It was the same game. Woody having Ash for himself. Honestly, he didn't really look that amazing. He didn't look that bad, but definitely, Ash has been banned almost every single game bar one, got picked up in that one. I do want to say that despite Orianna's high presence, I'm very surprised by it because it seems like there's not a whole lot of players that are that comfortable on it. I mean, going back to sort of last split, you'd have a player like Mission who would pick it up even when it wasn't that good, and so now that it is good, a lot of these other players haven't actually got the proficiency on it, perhaps. Of course, as well, the Lucian there on your screen, he has looked extremely dominant in that bot side alongside the Melio. More often than not, a couple of Nami games in there when Melio was picked away. I believe, who did that? It was DCG. DCG picked Melio when the Lucian was shown as blue 1 and paired it with Aphelios. But
they picked away the Melio.
Yes,
It might be just too strong of a combo. You end up getting the Lucian Nami, but the Melio Lucian to me looks like a much stronger lane. Rumble actually being the other winner of Season 14. He was doing fine before, but he's come out.
He was the winner of Season 13 too. Guy just keeps on winning. But you see it there, 100% win rate. And I mean, something that me and shock seared a few times last week, because I think that's a champion that if you don't plan to pick it up early on your draft, especially if you are red side, you may as well just ban it, because there's not really anything you can take into it that you feel all that good. Sure, there may be some picks that somewhat neutralize the lane a little bit, but in general, you're always going to be giving up priority to that champion that gives over the Void Grubs. He can join for Dragon Fights and have immense pressure from early on. Just with how much magic Penny gets, the items are pretty cheap for him nowadays as well, and synergize really, really well for his kit. So I think going through, looking at week number 2 that we're now heading into, I want to see either the blue side just picking it up if it's open, but more importantly, I think the red side should start banning it. And I think you don't have to ban the Orianna anymore. I mean, you saw on your screen there, not really finding all that much success, and it has traditionally been red side banning it almost every game.
Yeah, and I think one thing I've noticed is that compared to the LCK, the Azir priority is really low. I think you should probably be okay with letting the Orianna through, maybe taking Azir into it. And if they take the Azir, Corki, there's going to be the side selection.
So we do have word of who's going to be in the side selection. It's going to be Lakai, who is coming in now for the top side there over on the side of J-Team, of course, replacing Hanabi. And it's against Junjie. You have it on your screen there now. Junjie, I'm excited to see him in the 1v1. I think we did see him once before, if I'm not mistaken. I think he did play the first one. Or am I wrong? I'm not sure. Anyway, it'll be the first time we see Lakai for sure, as it's his first time coming back here. Of course, he played for BYG last split. He wasn't that much of a standout player, of course, and in fact, he had some games where it looked really, really rough, but I'm sure he'll be back, ready to perform. You see Junjie, he's got Arch at the back, surely coaching him along.
Yeah, we've got Renekton, Olaf, Jax,
speedrunning.
Zakban.
Yeah,
the Volibear band doesn't surprise me.
Cassiopeia. A strong champ, no doubt. But, I mean, we'll see. Oftentimes, Cassio needs a few items to get to sort of her strong point. But, of course, that's partly because she has to deal with jungle and whatnot. This game, of course, won't have to. It's just going to be Junjie versus the Cassio.
Pantheon's taking the snowball.
Yeah, I like that. I think it is a really, really good summoner. Of course, Barrier as well as Cleanse there for Lakai. Cleanse will find a little bit of use against the Pantheon, but ultimately, if he does stun you up, gets those auto attacks off, you feel pretty good anyway.
We've got the classic double D blade versus actually the Frozen Heart component. Glacial something. Lots of armor on that item. Should help with the pan.
Yeah, but I prefer the Doran's blades. I think Doran's blades are so broken.
Yeah, maybe Cassio could have gone 2 D rings. You're not going to go tier, which is usually something you want.
Okay, Junjie is certainly winning out early here.
Yeah, that is not looking like a close trade.
No, not at all. No, he's just going to sit in the bush. I don't think he's playing for a...
no, we're
for
not
the long con, no. We'll see.
Halo Blade's back up. Maybe he'll fish for a snowball.
Yeah, I guess you just play off the snowball, right? Lakai did keep both of his sums, and luckily for him, the bone plating meant that he didn't actually lose as much health as he possibly could. But Junjie looking again. There goes the barrier. Clean's going to come out and get rid of that ignite, but it's first blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very, very one-sided. Lakai now, of course, it is first to 2 deaths, or first to 2 kills, rather.
He actually dodged the Cassio Q with the Pantheon jump. A little bit unfortunate, but maybe didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the fight was close enough for that to matter, but we'll see. Lakai will be spawning.
He's picked up a serrated Dirk now.
Yeah, I think this might just be Jova. He wasn't even farming, but still has more CS.
Yeah, just accidentally killed the creep.
You'll see. I mean, now you've got no sums on the Cassiopeia, and Junjie, of course, Snowball, very low cooldown, will have access to that. You could even just use it on the minion if you really want to force the issue here.
Yeah, you can just use it to gap close.
Stun, bone plating back up, but this... Oh, we've done an oopsies.
The backwards E not even really going to matter. Oh, actually, we're chasing up a lot of damage.
Lakai might be able to find himself the snowball, though.
Oh, okay. We got a game on our
And that was a shutdown.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've had an even 1-for-1. Lakai quite happy with that, of course.
There.
That really did come off just the wrong usage of that E.
Yeah, he was able to fall off and get a lot of damage down. He is out of mana, though.
Yeah, just trying to get this in. I mean, the minions will get it in pretty comfortably. Did get a shutdown, though, for killing Junjie just here.
And he's level 6 to level 4.
Yeah, a big minion wave going to be lost, although the cannon's going to tank up quite a lot of it.
Yeah, he actually gets most of it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure if it's going to get him to level 6, though. You'd have to think, now that Cassio's made it to 6, Pantheon ult isn't going to do a lot for him.
No.
Frozen Heart and a Ruby Crystal for Cassio, just going full tank.
The classic. The classic Cassiopeia build. Frozen Heart first. That item is so ridiculously cheap now.
I wonder if he even skilled the ultimate on Pantheon, or just went for an extra point in W, maybe.
That's a good point. If they do, if the observers do click on him, we'll be able to see.
I wonder if he feels like he can even go on. He tries.
Okay. Lakai is actually going to cleanse. Jinjia running away. Snowball will land. Certainly need to wait for those cooldowns to come back. Now, this is important. He can ult back to lane if he did level it. He has leveled it. You can see the icon in the top left.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he can ult back into lane, and Cassio Mana looking pretty rough. Wave pushing away from her. He should be able to equalize the CS on the Pantheon, or the XP more importantly. Oh, he's actually not going to use it. I guess the wave is good for him. It's coming back to him.
Yeah, and realizes that Lakai has to recall with no mana being left. It is close, though. That was Cleanse used in exchange for the Ignite, and so, I mean, it seems like this Frozen Heart is kind of being the difference maker.
Yeah, and it honestly doesn't feel like we've gotten very much value out of the Snowball at all.
No.
You can use it to dodge. It gives you a little bit of invulnerability during the Snowball, so maybe he dodges a Cassio ult or something crazy with it.
That would be crazy. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of starting to favor Lakai.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe in the Cassiopeia pick.
Okay.
Oh, this might be it.
Yeah, this could be it. Snowball does come down, Maria, and it's going to be it. Lakai.
Made believers out of us.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, I mean, really well played. I mean, the start of the game looked like it was going to be extremely one-sided. I honestly think it would have been had that one mistake with the...
the backwards E.
Yeah, I think without that, Jinjia probably takes it. But one mistake's all it took. Lakai capitalizes. They will get side selection, and with that side selection, they do choose the red side. So we'll see if that comes into play, really. I think so far, blue side's looked a little bit stronger.
I agree.
Just being able to pick up the Rumble if you want it, the Lucian if you want it, which of course has looked really, really powerful.
Yeah, a couple of very standout champions, along with your bot lane is just suffering on red side.
Yeah.
It's really hard to play anything on red side.
For sure. Especially if you want to have any sort of control over the lane. It's a lot harder to control lane as red side. Of course, as we've talked about, just far more gankable.
Yeah, when J-Team played against... Who was it last week?
Last week? They went up against Frank.
Yeah, when they played against Frank, they would pick the Nocturne on red side, and they were really punished by Gemini on the Rel, who would just go for ridiculous ganks, knowing the Nocturne can't help his bot lane, and he's just looping behind J-Team's bot lane. Maybe they've got a plan to not allow that to happen. Jinjia had a great Nocturne game, as we already talked about.
That's right. That game went on for about 2 hours. It was crazy.
Yeah, with the pauses.
Yeah. But he did also pick up a quadra kill, which is not something you typically see out of a Nocturne. But
yeah, out of nowhere. Yeah.
That was after he played Rumble jungle. So again, more sort of credence to the fact that I think Rumble needs to be banned, because we know RJ can play it. We know Jinjia can play it. We saw it last week. And the champion is absurd, so we'll see. Nocturne might be high in priority with these two teams, of course, as you touched on. Jinjia having 1 game on it, Kongyue having 2. Means that maybe we'll see that rear its head in the ban phases. Has been banned a few times.
Rumble needs to be banned, Lucian needs to be banned, maybe Nocturne needs to be banned, Callista probably needs to be banned, and this is why... Yeah, Ashe needs to be banned. This is why blue side is so strong. There's too much to ban.
Yeah.
Maybe there's so much to ban that you end up getting a good rotation picking up 2 champs on red side, but we haven't seen very much of that.
Yeah, I don't think the red side's sort of ability to counterpick has really been utilized all that well. I think DCG having the only standout sort of play in that regard, where they were able to pick up the Akali, flex it to the top lane for a favorable matchup for the rest of the team. But we'll see. I mean, J-Team, they certainly have the names to be able to get it done. Obviously, Yuri-san also replacing Enso coming into this week. Maybe a fan favorite for us, coming over from Mammoth Esports Clubs in Oceania from last year. Hey? See some Oceanian talent, perhaps?
Yeah, some homegrown talent. Well, I guess not homegrown in the PCS, but imported talent.
Well, he is homegrown for the PCS. He just got imported over to Oceania first. Yeah.
Okay.
He even spent some time over on TSM Academy, I think 2 or 3 years over there.
Oh, all over the place.
Yeah. So he's definitely experienced. And, I mean, the man on your screen there, Wako, certainly is experienced as well. Yep. Sort of the standout player, I think, from the prior week. And, I mean, you typically expect that. I think Wako is a very talented AD carry, managed to go to MSI, where he looked like the best player on PSG last year. Went to Worlds, looked really good there. And so, yeah, I'm excited to see if he can sort of turn around the split. Of course, a new look, Lakai and Yuri-san joining means maybe we'll see something different.
Yeah, he'll be looking to put the heat on his former teammate.
That's right.
Should always be fun. Maybe a grudge match.
little bit of grudge match perhaps, and I think an apt stat comparison to have here. Although I like one of those sides a lot more, but I mean, again, speaking to Wako's performance last week, 35% of his team's damage on average is good for him, but probably bad in terms of wanting to win the game.
Yeah, the damage share tells the story of their game.
Yeah.
Last week, pretty much only Wako showing any signs of life on J Team. Meanwhile, Betty kind of almost got to take a back seat, really. He had a great Caitlyn game, alright Kai'Sa game, but it was mostly jungle.
Yeah, Junji really sort of ran the show last week for PSG. And I think that's one thing, sort of why you'd think of PSG as the top team in the region currently, is because any one of their lanes can carry. Betty can carry, Maple can carry, Junji can carry, Aja can carry. You can really receive a carry from anywhere, which means side selection doesn't matter so much because you can just get something that Betty can carry on and you're not so concerned about the counter picks in general. Same as Maple. On red side, you can give a counter pick to Maple, counter pick to Junji, or flex picks between Junji and Aja, and you can find a carry sort of that way. And of course on your screen it is Betty versus Wako. I think last split they went 1-1, BYG beating PSG once, PSG beating BYG once, but notably in game one of that sort of head-to-head, Betty absolutely dominated Wako. He picked up like 3 kills in lane, 4 kills in lane, finished the game something like 16-0 as Kai'Sa. And so Wako really, I mean, it's their first time meeting now this split, really going to want to turn that around and do the same.
See what he can do. He's got a new support subbed in though, so we'll see if it maybe takes some adjusting. Though he was performing fine. Really the biggest problems for J-Team were probably the jungle. It's not that he did poorly on the Nocturne, it's that by the time he was even level 6 on Nocturne, top was losing, mid was losing, they were just fighting too much. I don't think they were egregious mistakes in lane more than just not playing to our win condition, which is get the Nocturne level 6, get ults, make picks, and snowball the Nocturne.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's very hard if you hit level 6 as Nocturne and you've already got a couple of losing lanes, because at that stage you can use your paranoia and try and make a 2v1 in whatever lane you choose, but if the other team's jungler is there, then it kind of starts to feel like it's a losing matchup, and Nocturne really has to find a lot of value early on from his ultimate. Otherwise, it's kind of like, you've kind of wasted the pick. You may as well be a Vi, where you can look for earlier aggression, you can sort of support your lanes a little bit more, still have the same concept of dive someone with that ultimate. And I mean, we'll see if they can make it work here. I do think that we won't see Kongyue on the Nocturne after last week. Again, I'd like to see him on something more carry heavy. The Lilia looks really good on the current patch, and that's something he played last split. Again, the Viego, we saw Husha play it, and he went something like 11-0 as that pick. So there are definitely options.
I don't think we've seen any Lilia yet, have we?
We have not. I don't think it's even been banned, but at least in solo queue, that champ terrorizes my games. So
yeah, I think you just want so much AP out of your mid and top lane that it's hard to fit the Lilia pick in. With AP champs being so strong.
These days, it does feel a little harder to get 80 in the mid lane. Obviously, last split, a lot of Jace, a lot of Tristana, but feels like with the new items, they weren't really the winners. Now, there is an angle where you can take them, but that's yet to be seen. Now, into Champion Select, Vi will be that first ban. Rumble will be matched. So we won't get to see an almost automatically decided game simply because the most broken champion on the patch is open.
Yeah. So I wonder what PSG, will they focus on more jungle bans? The Vi maybe tells me Vi, Viego, 2 early game junglers, maybe they want to first pick the Nocturne. They know J-Team like to play it. So it could be a pick away from them, and they had a pretty good performance on the Nocturne. Ashe ban, pretty standard.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the Ashe ban, again, every game except once between Halpigs, PSG. Woody taking it immediately, pairing with the Caitlyn. Pretty impossible lane to go up against.
Yeah, double Hail of Blades, Caitlyn, Ashe. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Kalista ban makes sense.
Lucian open, Varus open. I think those are the big name AD carries. Caitlyn as well, if you can find something to pair it with. Now LeBlanc will be banned away.
It's either going to be Lucian or Nocturne here, I would think. I don't think they'll prioritize the Orianna.
I kind of want to see the Lucian, and not so much because... I mean, obviously because the champion's strong, but Wako, one of the better Lucians in the region, taking away from him immediately feels pretty good, although Nocturne will be the hover.
Yeah, if you let them have the Nocturne, I would just wonder what you're picking in the jungle. Rel, I guess?
Yeah, there's the Rel, there's... Actually, yeah, Rel's mainly been what we see. Now, we've seen Sejuani, we've seen Maokai once, and I think there are definitely angles in which you could look for something like that.
Should be Lucian... Milio just almost insta-lock here, I would think.
Yeah, unless you want to go for something more dominating in lane. Like if you do pick the Varus here, then you could look for something more pressuring. You could go Varus. Renata can be a strong lane. You could also go, if you're going the on-hit Varus, there are angles where you can take something a little more safe. Even the likes of the Time Kench is an option.
They opt for the Varus with Nocturne already locked in. I have to worry about Wako this game.
Yeah.
Especially if this Nocturne gets off to a good start. It's going to be
for sure
quite punishing.
And the only time we saw this twice where the Varus was going up against Nocturne.
Yep.
Once the Varus had a Time Kench, once the Varus did not. Now the game that the Varus had the Time Kench was actually a win for the Varus. And when it didn't, it looked really, really terrible. And it was, in fact, PSG up against Hell Pigs last week. So we certainly know that PSG are going to be able to punish that Varus given the chance. And now Lucian, as well as Milio, is locked in here. So
I think the Orianna pick was also a deny of the Orianna Nocturne combo. That was the game where they were against... It was actually J-Team that played the Orianna Nocturne combo into the Time Kench. So that Time Kench was a great pick to shut that combo down.
For sure. Frank doing really well there. Now, bans, Azir seems like something you probably should ban if you're the side of J-Team. We know Maple to be a very, very strong Azir player. Nico's the first ban. Of course, Nico having one of the strongest lanes in the game and is able to actually beat Orianna in that lane phase means that it is a safe thing to ban. And again, Maple playing a lot of Nico last split means we know we can play it.
Probably want to pinch the jungle pool if you're PSG. Take out Rel. They go for the Lee Sin ban, makes sense. It looks like they're focusing on these early physical damage junglers. It kind of limits what you can play top as well.
For sure. Now, I wonder if Xin Zhao, the likes of Xin Zhao, Jarvan, those are things that could be looked at. Now, I don't think Jarvan has the greatest place in this draft, being that you are already seeing the Lucian, which Jarvan doesn't deal that well with.
Yeah, Jarvan, Orianna, classic though. Might just go for that. It looks like it probably will be the Azir picked up with the Akali ban going out. Akali Nico performing really well into Orianna so far, so good bans. Will it be another jungle ban for PSG?
I think Xin Zhao might make sense. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's a good ban.
Get rid of that. Of course, Kongyue might just pick up something like the Rel, but doesn't tend to be a player that likes the sort of utility junglers that much, and Wukong certainly seems like more of a Kongyue champion as it gets locked in. Does have synergy, of course, with the Orianna, as well as Nautilus ult helping to try and get Wukong into that back line onto the Lucian.
Yeah, J-Team going for just a full-blown team fighting comp. Should be strong. I wonder if they'll go the lethality or on-hit Varus. I lean towards the lethality Varus. We've seen a lot more on-hit, but he really struggles to just get hits in, especially against these really strong mages, though he will have an Udyr to hit this game. Yeah,
I think this will be the lethality Varus. Just it has a stronger lane phase up against the Lucian and the Milio, so it would make sense. Now, Maple, a very storied Azir player. Will we see it? Hui currently the hover, but I do think we might go back to that Azir.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see the Hui when the Azir pick is just right there.
For sure. Now, is it going to be locked in? Seems like, does in fact get locked in. So now, looking for this last pick here for Lakai up in the top lane, up against the Udyr. Could it be the Gwen? He played a lot of Jax in the prior split. Gwen does, at least so far, seem to be the best matchup into the Udyr.
Wow,
It's going to be Olaf. Okay. Yeah. Match an early game trading potential. I'm not even sure who wins out. Generally, Olaf wins pretty much every level 1, but...
Yeah, I have to wonder how impactful Olaf is going to be in the later stages of the game. He might just have to run away with it top lane if he's going to do anything. He is going to die very quickly to this Azir and Lucian. Two champs he can't even really get on very easily, and doesn't have the tools to enable him to do it either.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I also would be interesting to see what summoners Lakai chooses. Will he go for a teleport or the ghost as well as flash? Or it could be ghost teleport, flash teleport. I mean, Olaf can really justify going any variety of those.
Yeah, any combination of flash, ghost, teleport. I'm thinking probably ghost teleport this game.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an argument you might want the flash because of a Azir wall. It's one thing that you can not just run through, assuming Maple uses it not for the CC part of it, but just as an interference.
Just as a barrier,
yeah.
Definitely favoring PSG in the draft here. It feels like they've got a much better read on the meta so far.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think Varus might have some difficulties in this comp. Of course, if he is overextended, it's pretty easy for Udyr to get to him. Azir, of course, can get to him with the right angle. And then Nocturne, I mean, he has one button to press and he arrives at this Varus. Now, there is a little bit of peel, of course. It does come through from that Nautilus.
Yeah.
Can use ult as peel, can use ult as engage. We'll see how Yurisan chooses to use it. Now, traditionally as well, I should add, and looking back to summer of last year, Wako was possibly the best Varus player in the league. He was very good at playing up against difficult-to-play comps and still making the champion work. So it's exciting to see him give it another go here in the split.
Hail of Blades means he's probably going for the lethality build. I think that's the move with the Orianna, Nautilus, Wukong running in there, trying to combo out team fights. He can just follow up with Qs from far away, keep himself safe. When we've seen this Lucian Milio lane struggle, it has been in the early game.
Yeah.
Especially in the laning phase. So seeing Nautilus with a lethality Varus and the Lucian Milio have a slow jungler in the Nocturne who doesn't want to be coming down to help them too often, that might be the angle for J-Team to get an advantage this game.
Yeah, definitely could look for an advantage down their bot lane. Of course, Waka would like to, going up against his old team here. Also, J-Team, you know, falling down 0-2 last week. They're definitely going to want to try and get some of those points back because you very, very quickly will find yourself falling down to that lower bracket run, trying to make it to playoffs, of course. Best of threes, point system's different.
Yeah, single round robin too. You don't get another shot at any of these teams until playoffs. So
yeah, well, it's like the single round robin into breakout groups before playoffs, and the top 2 of the bottom group make it to playoffs. All 4 of the top group make it. So there is still the way in, of course, going forward. It looks Arj is actually winning the level 1 so far. Has a bigger minion wave as well, so it feels a little bit dangerous for Lakai to trade into. Does have Flash as well as Ghost as his summoners, and RJ actually taking Ignite Teleport. So possibly the Ignite meaning that the level 1 that may favor Olaf traditionally. Not even sure it does, but with Ignite certainly shouldn't.
Yeah, this Udyr has looked very strong in these early laning phases, and it doesn't look like anyone's really found a champ to punish the blind pick Udyr. We've seen Gnar, we've seen Jax, we've seen Gwen. Just about everything goes even against the Udyr, and the Udyr pretty often just gets to walk around in the enemy jungle like this and be a pest. Yeah.
I think RJ as well. He's played 2 games Udyr so far. Both games he started at enemy junglers Raptors and just, absolutely harassed the jungler and made the game a lot harder.
Junji has started Raptors into a full clear, means he might not be looking to contest any crabs and just go back to his Raptors.
Yeah, he could just finish his camp, recall, and he'll likely get the bottom side crab, although doesn't have priority down there, so certainly will be a little bit dangerous. RJ should be aware that Kongyue is pathing upwards because he did go for that little invade. Saw that the sort of Krugs were there.
Actually, no TP on the Olaf. He went for the Flash Ghost.
Yep.
Ignite TP on the Udyr. I guess he feels like he has to stop the Olaf healing if he's going to have any chance in these skirmishes.
I like it. Maple, of course. Fleet footwork in the mid lane on the Azir. Traditionally do see that a lot these days. It does help with your early lane phase. Gives you a bit of movement speed as well to try and dodge out of some of Orianna's abilities. Now, Jinji actually faster on the clear means he is able to pick up that Scuttle Crab. And now looking top even, level 4 to level 4 in the jungle. RJ actually down a level, but will ping level 4 as I say that. Lakai does use his Ghost, but disengage coming through now for PSG. Means that everything should be okay, and Lakai just losing that summoner.
I don't think Udyr is going to be able to hold on to this freeze for very long, though Junji is looping around.
Yeah, this might not even be known. Now, of course, that ward will spot Junji out, but CCM Ignite should come out. The Dark Passage and the Flash follow-up.
Wow.
It's going to be first blood picked up from Junji, level 4 Nocturne early onto the board.
Yeah, and it's actually the second time he's done it. Last week he did it as well. Against Hellpigs, he managed to find one of these early kills on Nocturne, which shouldn't really be happening too often. Maybe Wukong had to stay there and make sure the wave crashed. I would have never thought Nocturne would hang around for a gank either in this type of lane.
Yeah, no, Junji definitely has some creative and intelligent jungle pathing, so it makes it work. Takes through the replay.
So a little bit late on the flash from Olaf. Oh, very lucky that the E goes off there. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Going to accelerate this Nocturne into his...
Experimental exploit?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. We did it last week, of course, and I mean, it looked good. I think Nocturne probably is the champion almost in the game that synergizes with it best. Maybe something like Master Yi, but of course, not likely to see that.
Yeah, Twitch too, but yeah, we're probably not going to see very much Twitch.
I'd like to.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah. I think with the state of how the likes of Lucian, Milio, and Varus and whatever combo you want to put with it are, it's pretty hard to find a Twitch angle.
Yeah, too many strong combos in the bot lane that, yeah, it's hard for Twitch to even get through the lane, and when he does, he's just not, you know, not doing as much as a Lucian, Milio, Renata, Kalista. For
sure. Now, with sort of how the lane tends to go here in the bot side, it's actually the support item there, the World Atlas, is picked up from Betty, so a bit of extra gold will be given to Woody, meaning he'll be able to get to his first items a little bit quicker. Junji on the other side of the map will be picking up these Void Grubs. Is it going to be answered with the Dragon? It doesn't seem like it will. And it also feels a little bit too late to be able to contest these. Of course, Lakai not even in his lane.
Yeah, picking this up is really great for Junji. He's going to get a little bit of XP as well, accelerate his level 6.
Yeah. That's massive.
So Orianna's getting actually a pretty big advantage mid, especially once she CS's these creeps she's got under her tower.
Yeah, I think Azir feels generally fine in this scenario, though. Does tend to just be a hard lane matchup, especially with the Arcane Comet. You do tend to lose a lot of your health. Maple will be able to find his own in the mid-game. Skirmishing, pretty even between the two champions, really. May even argue it's easier to find damage as the Azir.
Yeah, it looks like JT are going to pick up the Dragon. You're not happy with it. You probably wanted to have something happen for you in the early game, especially with lethality Varus. Though Wukong, you know, not a slouch either. He doesn't strictly get outscaled by Nocturne. It just might be tough to get through this mid game when Nocturne has a lead.
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially the bot side has to be really careful because Varus doesn't have all that many tools to deal with the Nocturne. Of course, if the spell shield's used, then you can use Chain of Corruption to try and lock him up and find some return damage there. But it is very, very scary, especially when you don't really have the best support in the game for defending you. Lakai now is going to face check into Junjia. Will pop the Ragnarok, and he's trading well. Junjia.
Nice. Saves his ult as well.
Yeah, massive.
Olaf already pretty much chunked to 50% HP just in the 1v1 by Udyr. So the counter pick not online yet.
I think Lakai also has to be scared walking back to lane depending on what Junjia does here because...
Yeah. No ulti on him.
Yeah, no ult, no sums. Did use the Ghost as well in that prior exchange. And now it looks like Yusen might be looking for something here into the PSG bot lane. His position isn't going to be known.
Yeah, they're level 6 though. He's still level 5. Level 5 on Wako too.
Yeah, but Kongwei's on the way down. This could be a really good angle, really good timing here. Yusen though, he's going to have to pull the triggers.
Just off.
Yeah.
Just off on the timing.
Oh, they might be able to find something. No.
No, okay. Without Nautilus 6, it's just too far to chase.
For sure. A little bit too late on that timing for Kongwei to head down. And I mean, they are surviving the lane, although they are down in CS, which is not really what you want to see. I think that's just the nature of being double range up against the Nautilus. Assuming you are able to stay safe away from the dredge line. Tends to be a pretty okay lane.
Yeah, they're going to get the wave in. I think a lot of the time you could greed for a plate here, but against a Nocturne, especially a 2-0 Nocturne who hasn't used his ultimate yet, you just can't stay.
Oh, nice Shurima shuffle. Maybe going to find his way here onto that Orianna who's going to get fed up, and Maple's actually the one that's getting low.
Oh.
But Woody comes in with the heal onto Maple's. Azir and Kongwei now being the target. Junjia finds himself a third.
Wow, what a roam by Woody. What a roam. Just in the perfect place at the perfect time. Maple engaging the fight, knowing he's got Woody coming, and Woody's reset faster than the Nautilus, and yeah, they pick up a kill there.
Yeah, maybe would like it to be on the Azir, but Nocturne getting it isn't the end of the world. Of course, we saw Junjia last week on the Nocturne.
Yeah.
Certainly don't mind this guy getting kills on any champion, really. Now, that will make the lane easier now, for Maple. Losing Flash on the Orianna means you have to permanently be scared of a potential gank. Yeah, Nautilus is going to come in, but Maple, with that fleet footwork, is going to be able to just run away.
You have to be worried as J-Team right now. As we go into the replay, yep, Maple with a really nice engage. Orianna ultimate hits both, and he gets a flash out. He does get feared. Oh, wow. And actually, the flash from Woody comes in. Flash and heal to save Maple.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's also a really nice spell shield used there by Junjie, who was able to block the Orianna ult. But back live, RJ is just running at Kongyue top, and not a whole lot he can do about it, really, as Lakai now, he realizes he's not long for the world, and he's going to try and clear out this minion wave, but I don't know that he's going to find much. He's even popping the Ragnarok, but will go down. Now we've got a 5-0. Already on first item, Junjie running around the rift. Looking to pick up his 4th, 5th, and 6th Void Grubs as well.
Yeah, they can probably just contest the next dragon as well up in a minute. Yeah,
definitely have enough time. Junjie will have ult available. Has sums. RJ, if he needs to, can roll on down. Doesn't really need to, though, I don't feel.
Yeah, and you have to be worried as J-Team, because with these Wombo combo team comps, you can get to a point where you're so behind, you land your whole combo and you're not killing anyone.
Yeah, for sure. That is problematic. Of course, the carries in general are still doing okay. It's really only Nocturne that'll be an issue. And
yeah,
I mean, I'd like to say he usually isn't that much of a threat. Of course, he can just get to your back line, and it's really up to the rest of the team to be able to follow up on it generally for that to be an issue. But when you're 5-0, he's also got a double kill's worth of gold to now spend, so we'll see if he gets any more items. But Wako is probably going to have one of the hardest Varus games in his life ahead of him.
Yeah, he's going to be struggling with a Nocturne running at him. Nautilus is great at peeling the Nocturne. Nocturne is not going to be able to just hold on to his spell shield as we are hooking the minions. Unlucky there. I'm not sure if anything really happens if he lands that hook. I guess Milio's down both sums, but Barrier, Milio ult up.
Yeah, it might force out something which could be nice ahead of the dragon.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, it wasn't to be. Just hit it with the Oceanian hook.
If there is... Oh, as we're going into the replay, what exactly happens? Olaf is just getting destroyed in these trades.
Yeah, dying to Bramble Vest.
And I guess we're just trying to get the wave in. Yeah, and Udyr is able to just walk into both, and they're just ignoring the Olaf completely as he just kills Wukong in front of Olaf.
Yeah, it feels pretty doomed.
Yeah, and Olaf can't do anything. I think just the wheels have come off, hey, especially for top jungle.
Yeah, this is a 2v2 that's never going to be won. And I think if Junjie is anywhere on the map, really, it's a fight that will be going in the favor of PSG without some heroic outplays from Minji or Wako. Now, they are two players that absolutely can do it.
Yep.
It feels like this Nocturne might be a little bit too scary.
Yeah, and with Nocturne ult, he's everywhere on the map.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, you can never really feel safe anywhere. Again, ahead of this fight, Minji does not have Flash yet. It is very soon off cooldown. Maple also doesn't have it. And Betty, he has managed to get his Storm Razor now, so feels quite comfortable just dashing on in there with the follow-up damage that comes from Woody's
both support quests complete, so wards all over the place for PSG too.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, obviously the extra gold you get is ridiculous, but the extra vision is just so suffocating. And especially when you're against Nocturne, knowing that you're walking into what is currently 6 wards between the two bot laners, will soon be 8 wards. Means that it's just anywhere you are, you know you could be seen by Nocturne and he could just run you down. Arjun now showing us this matchup once again.
Yeah, if there's a counterpick to this Udyr,
wow,
it is not Olaf, I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a rough start in fairness, but yeah, this matchup's going a little bit one-sided now. You can see the CS difference as well is really, really heavily in favor of RJ here on the Udyr.
And with, I mean, Orianna's not behind, but you've only got a lethality Varus and an Orianna trying to kill this Udyr. It is going to be difficult for them to get through a strong Udyr.
Now, Luden's Companion is the pickup for Minji on this Orianna, which we've seen a lot of, and I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of the Luden's Companion in general. I think it offers a lot of burst, but oftentimes, I mean, maybe you're at the point now where you just need to burst down the back line for you to have a chance up against PSG and how far ahead they are, of course, sitting currently 5k in the lead.
Yeah, I think my favorite Orianna build is probably what Shock was talking about with maybe just get a Lost Chapter or the full Archangels into Storm Surge, which is definitely the strongest AP item at the moment.
Yeah, it hasn't been nerfed, of course, on 14.2, has finally received a nerf, but on the patch we're playing on, which is 14.1b.
Actually picking up the Rift Herald on J Team. They're going to trade the bot tower on PSG, and has Junjia actually pressed his ultimate this game?
He did. He pressed it mid.
Oh, right, for the big skirmish, yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's kind of just sat on his ult, kept the threat of a Nocturne ult alive, and let his teammates just lane, knowing they're going to outscale.
Yeah, well, they are also just winning by default, right? They are just constantly, partly because of the pressure of Nocturne could be anywhere, but just naturally they are winning their lanes, and so... Wow, this is tense.
Yeah, what is going to go down here?
Oh my... Lakai has no idea.
There was a 2-level advantage for a second there on the Udyr. Probably not enough burst to ever kill the Olaf, just being annoying.
For sure. But as I was saying, I think just keeping that Nocturne ult up, unless you can find a skirmish that will result in a kill, is probably better, because RJ's winning his side lane. Maple, while not necessarily winning, of course, is just doing fine, and Azir feels really good, just being able to farm up and scale as he's picked himself up as Nash is looking for a Leandri's next. Has to be very, very careful here, though, and I think he might be about to be jumped on, although...
Yeah, hard to see him surviving, honestly.
Yeah, he uses Q as well, but...
They decide to not pull the trigger.
Woody's here. Okay, it should be known now. Will he react in time? He's not going to. There's a lot of burst coming out, but nice flash ult gets him out of harm's way. It is a lot of cooldowns used there, but staying alive, very important. Through comes the paranoia. They don't have vision. There he goes.
Oh,
there comes the vision, and Wako is being absolutely looked at. He is fed, and RJ is running absolute circles through the team, although now he's stunned up. Chain of Corruption means it might just be a kill found, and Minji picking up that one. Are able to turn something around here, RJ team.
Yeah, it turns out they can kill the Udyr, at least in a 4v2.
Yeah, Maple, though, looking for Minji now. Doesn't have ult, importantly, so isn't likely to have kill pressure, but certainly forcing Minji away from this wave. As Junji are also in the area.
PSG pick up a mid tower while this is all happening.
Yeah, Betty's just getting to free scale, really, and that feels pretty good.
So Nocturne presses ultimate here. He doesn't actually have vision of Wako. Doesn't get it until the Brood Trinket comes down. He ends up jumping into 4 people. Udyr commits with him, gets hit by the Chain of Corruption, and just too much CC, right?
Yeah, a lot of CC, obviously. Percentage health damage coming out of Wako's Varus there, especially with the fully stacked Blight. So is able to do a lot of damage. I think that damage will get lower and lower against RJ as the game progresses. And ultimately, it doesn't really matter that much that your Udyr's gone down. You've kept the 550 gold shutdown alive. And
yeah, very important.
Yeah.
Sterax completed for Nocturne. I maybe would have wanted to see him go a more damage-orientated build. I've seen the Eclipse on Nocturne, but maybe he just goes in and dies if he does that, even if he's fed. Yeah,
I think it's maybe nicer to play this way. You really aren't lacking damage on your team. You have the Lucian, of course, the Azir. Even Udyr is doing sizable amounts of damage, so obviously we'll still be doing damage, and the experimental Hexblade helps that a lot. But the Sterax giving you an extra bit of survivability, bit of tenacity as well. Feels pretty nice.
Bit of tension in the mid lane. They're fighting for mid wave, I guess, to get to the dragon. Yeah, PSG not really contestable.
No, they should have priority over mid wave pretty constantly with the extra vision given, as well as that tower being down.
Yeah.
Means that ultimately the map control is in favor of PSG. Ooh. That Undertow did a lot of damage.
Yeah, decent damage on it.
Yeah. Has got his Ravenous Hydra now, as Kongyue is drifting. This might not be as good as he'd hoped, though. RG will land the stun. And actually, Hook does connect there onto Woody.
No follow-up, unfortunately.
No, there isn't really the follow-up. And Dragon does go down. Jinjia picking that one up. And goes the poor Paranoia. And it's going to be Minji the target. Or no, it's not. It's Wako. Through will come a lot of CC, though. It's the Cyclone. It's the Shockwave. And Kongyue may be able to get away with his life on the bottom side of the fight, though. It was Betty taking out Lakai, picking himself up his first kill of the game. And it is only the one kill traded. Dragon as well for the side of PSG. So still winning, but good job of J-Team for not losing more.
Yeah, but at this point, it just feels like this Olaf is a free kill every fight. He's just trying to run into a Lucian or trying to run into an Azir, and I don't think that was the best played fight by PSG, honestly. it was looking pretty bad for a second. Big Oriole, as we're going to see how it starts here.
Yeah. I did see Betty did take quite a bit of damage from Lakai, and then obviously this tower giving them ultimate map control.
Yeah, oh yeah, and he's hopped into
it actually lost a lot of health on that. I didn't see that.
He gets another charge here. And I think actually PSG probably overcommit here. Hook lands onto Milio. J-Team kind of blowing everything and not really following up with an Orianna ult or anything. Nice Lucian ult. Nocturnal onto Wacko feels like spite more than anything, really. We got two-man Orianna ult. Maple not really ulting anything there. But yeah, not much coming out of it from J-Team or PSG, to be honest.
Yeah, but they do pick up themselves the second dragon of the game, and of course Ocean Soul, absolutely a win condition, and when you have this much control over every mid-wave and you have such a strong Nocturne, it means that you do have that just pretty much permanent win condition that you can play for. You don't feel particularly scared. Betty doing a lot of damage in that fight, of course a lot of it to Lakai, but that culling as well, starting the fight off against Minji.
Yeah,
Was really what meant PSG would pull the trigger. Was a lot of damage, though, turned around, of course, as we saw. Cyclone as well as the Shockwave, but Junji is going again. Here comes the Shockwave. It's too little too late, though. Junji has got himself at 6th.
Yeah, Spell Shield on the Orianna ult. Udyr is tanking you and the tower, not really noticing that you're hitting him.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have EMR, right? He's built 2 armor items, 3 armor items if you want to include the boots, and he's got cloth armor in inventory. And yet the Orianna still doing absolutely no damage to him, and that is just partly because of the build, right? He has a bit of burst. But if you're not able to consistently get through the health with your burst, then it's not really going to be meaning anything.
Yeah. Lots of levels and just flat HP on the Udyr too, but
yeah,
I mean, just like a Ludens and a Hextech Alternator on the Orianna.
Yeah,
actually, Serpent's Fang on Wacko is pretty smart here, I think. We've got shields on a lot of these champions. Milio, Udyr, even Azir shields himself a bit with E, so I don't hate it.
For sure, and obviously Milio with the Moonstone will be shielding 2 people rather than 1.
Yeah.
With the new Moonstone changes, and so yeah, I like it. If you're going the lethality build, I think you need to be able to get through those shields.
Yep.
RG, of course, having the biggest of them all.
And just look at the vision top side.
Yeah.
With these two ward items, Bloodsong on the Lucian.
Yeah.
Means there's just ridiculous vision in J-Team's red side jungle. And PSG just have to be looking for a Baron now, really. There's no rush, though. Ooh. It's not like this Azir or Lucian are going to fall off, as you already see. I mean, that's a Wukong. He's chunking.
Yeah. No, things feel pretty good. Lakai now going back bot lane to match the push from Arju, but teleport advantage, of course, permanently for the Udyr. And now 2 items completed for Azir means that his impact in these team fights is just going to continuously get more and more.
Not only no teleport, no way for Olaf to even stop it if you teleport right in his face.
Yeah. Can chunk you out a bit, though, and admittedly, he hasn't been doing a whole lot of the chunking, as we do see a lot of armor here on RJ.
Yeah, and he's going for more.
Yeah, I think it might turn into a Jack Show. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You don't really need that much MR, and Jack Show probably should be enough MR to sort of, seal the deal there. And
Chain Vest doesn't build into Frozen Heart, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
I'm surprised to see no Frozen Hearts, though. That's a very strong item. Yeah,
I mean, it would be good, I guess, on the Nautilus more than anyone else, really.
Yeah, but honestly, no one's... I mean, Azir's right-clicking a bit, Lucian's right-clicking a bit, so I guess it's not, it's not a crazy Frozen Heart game or anything.
It helps with the Nocturne as well as RG. I think everyone really on PSG sort of struggles against the Frozen Heart a little bit.
Yeah. I guess he's going for Locket instead. Not a bad item either.
Yeah, Locket seems pretty strong currently. But RJ, continuing to work on the side lane. He really won't ever be matched, and at least until a lot later in the game, shouldn't ever feel pressured to sort of going down unless, again, we see him sort of 2v4ing.
Huge priority mid for PSG here. They can pretty much just keep priority in all these lanes, have Nocturne hit the dragon, and he can just bolt in.
Wacko's looking aggressive onto Betty, and here comes Junji. Wacko will get that flash away, and the dredge line connecting here onto Junji. He's getting quite low, but still has the Sterix available to himself, as not a whole lot more damage can come through. That was Wacko having to use his ult and both sums. Urisan as well. Ignite gone is going to be using that depth charge as well. And now second tower going down as Betty feels so confident of just diving into this Olaf. Kongwei will be looked at, but the clone taking a lot of damage. Luckily, Wukong will be able to get out.
Yeah, no Baron, no Dragon. They just win a fight and take the inhib.
Yeah.
They don't even need a kill to do it.
Yeah, it feels a little bit late now in the game for J-Team to really find anything. 10k gold behind at 25 minutes and looking like they're going up against not Cloud Soul, the Ocean Soul in the next 5 minutes means I don't know that you really have time to turn anything around. I don't think Wako can get the items he needs. Minji certainly can't get the items he needs.
Yeah, and if you thought this Udyr was hard to kill before, wait till he's got an Ocean Soul as well.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Vision coming around this Baron pit means, I mean, maybe the only hope for them is stealing the Baron, but it's not the easiest thing to do, and Azir's one of the best champs at keeping a jungler out of the pit.
Yeah, even with the steal, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems like this game was maybe a non-starter ever since just that one death on the Olaf top lane.
Yeah.
With the wave not going his way, no TP. He just fell way too far behind. He does have 2 items, but he's a full item behind the Udyr, who did go for the Jack Show. I think that's smart. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think the Jack Shoe provides enough MR to not have to worry about another magic resist item for this game. As Yurasan walking in, trying to get some vision, but he's face checked into a Nocturne. Is going to be surviving, at least for a while, as the Chain of Corruption gets eaten up there by Jinjia's Spell Shield. Yeah. Big cooldown used.
Yeah, and maybe that's just PSG's cue to start the Baron. I think they can honestly hit it with impunity. I think they're more worried about just the steal slowing down the game more than anything.
Yeah, it might even just be worth pushing without it. I mean, we saw in their last push, they did just take 2 mid lane towers and an inhib without needing any sort of buff.
Yeah, there's nothing happening. Nothing on J-Team to really stop them from just sieging.
Yeah, both Scrying Orbs down now, so the only way for them to get vision is if Yurasan's able to make his way into the pit. Now, RJ is trying to mark the Wukong. Kongwei has been a bit of a magician when it comes to stealing objectives, and so it's really up to RJ to try and deny the opportunity. Nocturne will come through, that paranoia being used nice and early, but oh no! Kongwei had a feeling, but it was wrong, and through goes Junji. He's 1v4, he might be able to win. He's not going to, he flashes away, does go down. It's Minji who picks up that one, but the rest of J-Team are getting absolutely pursued here from Betty. It's a 2 for 2. No Baron, so an important stoppage there. And a huge shutdown going over to Minji on the Orianna.
Yeah, about as well as you could hope for that to go as J-Team, especially with your Wukong flashing into the pit. PSG played that so well. They got it to about 3k and just completely stopped hitting it. Wukong flashes in expecting a heroic steal. As you see, it's on 6 HP here. Orianna actually landing a lot of poke. Wako not slacking either. Udyr gets on the Wukong, puts pressure on him, you know, making him think he's on a timer. Flashes in, nothing to do. Maybe Junjia is overcommitted here. But as you can see, Maple's still in the pit.
Yeah.
Can't follow up at all. No one can follow up.
Oh. Maple definitely doing damage now.
Yeah.
Looking like he's going for his Crypt Bloom. Wako's still not having the Mirror Mana as well. There's a lot of missing damage here on your Varus.
Yeah. Yeah, I was worried he might not even finish it this game. He must be close to it now. He's had these components for a while.
Yeah,
there it is.
Is able to get it. Now, Minji as well picked up that shutdown and is very close to picking up his 3rd item, which is going to be the Shadow Flame. So will add a lot of damage if he's able to complete that, but still a wee ways away, perhaps.
Yeah, I wonder if it was Rabadon's.
Ooh.
I wonder if it was Rabadon's over Shadow Flame. Rabadon's maybe 3rd item.
Maybe you do just want the damage, but at this stage you're so committed to being a burst champ that the Shadow Flame before the Rabadons might just be doing more damage.
Yeah, pray for the one shot on Milio.
It really has to land onto Betty or Milio, really, for it to matter. I mean,
Maple will go down.
Yeah, that's true. I think Maple should be too long range for it to matter. But I guess it's putting the ball on Kongwei and hoping he can find his way in. Now again, we're seeing the double support items just giving absolute control over the entire red side jungle here of J-Team. And Baron going to be once again started. J-Team this time very, very far away. It should just be going over. 1 minute as well on the Ocean Soul, which can be looked at by PSG. We'll see if they choose to.
Yeah, really good timing on that Baron start. Wukong was in base. He's, you know, only at the red buff now. No chance to contest at all.
For sure.
Quick reset, spend their gold, get mid prio, maybe have Udyr with his TP push out another lane and go for the dragon, pick up the soul. Probably try end the game before Elder. No need to take it to an Elder flip, because that is always a win con.
Yeah, Elder flips always feel the only way you can lose the game. Yeah. You know, same as when you're on the losing side, you get to this point where you're like, oh, just give soul and we hope to flip the Elder.
Yeah, that is a legitimate strategy from J Team at this point. You don't fight the soul. You have no hope of winning the soul. You give them the soul, hope you can somehow hold out until the Elder, and you go for a miracle fight.
It does almost feel like that's the only way, although maybe PSG are forcing their issue. They're going to find their way onto Minji, and Minji's taken so low. Betty even confirming the kill. It's Kongyue trying to find himself one back, but the Breath of Life brings Betty back to half HP. It's 2 kills early on for the side of PSG. Of course, Wako still stands in the way. Lakai as well will be alive, but 5 members deep. There is going to be, of course, the Baron buff available as Yurasan flashes forward. He finds a depth charge onto Betty. Lakai's found his way there too. Betty will be going down, but it's still 4 members deep. Wako even being able to snipe himself up one on the back end. It is now 3v2, Wako and Yurasan with it all to do.
15 seconds on Oriana.
Yeah, Archer though, he's just unfazed. He's just running in. Down will go Ursan. It's going to be Maple who confirms that one, and through will come Maple onto his former teammate. He's going to confirm game number 1 here for PSG.
Yeah, Varus managed to pick up his Manamune, but not a pen item. So the Udyr was pretty much just ignoring him, punching tower, and yeah, Maple flashes on him, finishes off.
Yeah.
Pretty clean from PSG. No really, like maybe 1 or 2 overcommits, but you know.
Yeah, I think the obvious one, of course, around the Baron when Junjie just ends up 1v4, gives over that big shutdown. It never really felt like that was going to be meaningful enough for it to change anything, but of course, you don't want to do that against a better team, perhaps. Although, J-Team aren't necessarily a bad team, but PSG just much better.
Yeah, and honestly, I think their biggest advantage was just the draft. More than anything, felt like J-Team had no options that game, especially once Olaf fell behind.
Yeah, it was hard for me to tell a little bit because I don't really know how the Udyr-Olaf matchup goes. And in fairness, we don't even now because obviously Junji having a massive effect on that early game by managing to find that level 4 kill and then picking it up for himself and just being there every time Kongyue tried to fix it. Meant that it's really hard to tell how that matchup should go. Of course, maybe the Ignite changes it quite a lot, and Lakai might not have predicted that, but ultimately, I think around the Rift, just seeing that one team manages to get the Lucian, one team gets the Lucian Milio, sorry, and again, Azir just seems like a better champion at the moment than Oriana in many ways. A bit more flexible, can do more things, especially when you go for the just one-shot Oriana build. Once you get that far behind, you're never really going to find any use for it. Now, admittedly, some of those fights were quite close. I think they weren't so much off the back of the Oriana, more so Wako finding a nice amount of poke there on the Varus.
Yeah, a pretty decent angle found by the Wukong in that last fight. If Oriana had managed to find an ulti or any damage, but she kind of just got blown up immediately. So far, the story of the split, though, is Varus and Oriana, very high priority, very poor results. I think 1 and 6 and 1 and 5, respectively, at the moment. Now, really struggling.
That sort of thing can be a little bit skewed, of course, because if the weaker team is picking them while the stronger team's picking the Lucian, then that sort of does skew it a little bit. But I mean, I think the one series you can really look at to find a good example of it is probably the BYG CFO series, the first one of the split, where the team with Lucian was just winning, the team with Varus just wasn't. And so I think, that's probably the best way to sort of observe how these champions are faring against each other. Now, admittedly, some of these bot laners are probably not utilizing the Varus's strength as well as possible, and some of the junglers perhaps not playing around the Varus as well as they could. I mean, when we see PSG playing an aggressive lane, we just see Junjie splitting the map entirely, breaking it into he's playing the bot side jungle, the other jungler's playing the top side jungle. It means that your red side bottom lane isn't at threat of the ganks, and in this game we didn't see that. We saw both junglers pathing up to top, and Junjie winning out, managing to find a kill onto the Olaf was a huge tempo swing really for the entire map, but especially the bot lane and top lane.
Yeah, when you've got range versus melee bot lane, you really want to enable your Nautilus to just be throwing hooks non-stop and causing some damage to the Milio Lucian before they just get completely out of control. Yeah, for sure. As we've got, I think, was this the first Baron attempt? Yeah,
this was when Kongyue flashes into the pit. And it was, I mean, there really wasn't any follow-up for Junjie because you'll see Betty using his dash to confirm the kill onto Kongyue's Wukong. And of course, Azir here, he's used his Q. He's really not ready to dive on in.
As Wukong completely dizzy here. They get it to 3k and completely get off it. He disrupts them enough in the backline, though, so that this Nocturne ultimate is a massive overcommit. Betty actually flashes in to follow up and doesn't pick up the Nautilus. No,
yeah, they don't manage to get the Nautilus, of course. Command Dissonance doing a lot to sort of slow down that Lucian. Damage graph, though, I mean, it looks like Minji did a lot. A lot of that will come from just sort of mid-lane trades because Orianna will permanently be able to out-trade the Azir. A lot of damage comes through, especially with that Arcane Comet. And then even in the team fights, if you find one big ult on 2 people, then obviously buffs up that damage a lot. I do think the consistent damage would have been better, though, the likes of the Seraphs into a Liandry's or something akin to that to be able to try deal with the Udyr as well as the Nocturne, who are just constantly in your face.
Yeah, honestly, not performing super badly on the damage graph, though, so maybe there's something to the build. I haven't personally tried it out or anything, so maybe it's okay.
There certainly is. It's just you have to be finding the correct targets with that Shockwave, and a lot of the ults that he did this game were just on Junjie, were just on RJ, which admittedly Junjie was possibly the strongest person on the Rift. I don't think you're wanting to necessarily find him because the consistent damage in a team fight will still be coming through from Maple and from Betty. And now on your screen, of course, it was Maple who did the most damage. It was Junjie who took the most damage and Junjie who got the most kills. I mean, he started the game 6-0, so...
Yeah, and the early game was just the Junjie show, but honestly, the whole game overall was a pretty good team effort.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you'd really look at anyone and think they didn't do their job. Maple escaping a lot of dire situations, finding a lot of damage in those fights. Junjie, of course, getting them to the point where they were just so far ahead, it never really felt like J-Team were part of the conversation. Key matchup, of course, means Junjie will be picking up the MVP, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. Yeah,
very much a deserved MVP for Junjie. Just completely took over the early game on a Nocturne of all champions, and just there wasn't really much hope, especially since he just wasn't using his ult for the most part. He was just holding on to it. As we see a replay of this level 3.
Yeah. Oh, this wasn't even the kill. This was when he just hovers.
Yeah, this was so strange. Watch as they... Oh, no, okay.
I kind of hope they toggle vision, because I want to see if Kongyue actually watched Junjie. But they were somewhat close together. But were they close enough for Kongyue to have seen him? Because, okay, he sees him there, and it looks like it looks like Junjie... Oh, they definitely saw him.
He doesn't think he'll ever go for this, but Junjie just pulls the trigger, runs down this...
Yeah, Lakai just late on the flash as well.
Yeah.
RJ able to buffer that. That stun means that, does go down. I mean, Junjie is just crazy at the game. Now, he's played 3 games so far this split. And he has giga carried all 3 of them. The 2 Nocturne ones, the Rumble one, which was like the most disgraceful of them all.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's looking scary. It's looking scary to be going up against this guy. Yeah. Everyone was excited to see Castle back, but I'm just excited to see Junjie once again.
Yeah, I mean, twice now on Nocturne, he's found level 4 kills. I think both times in the top lane, ganking 4 and Udyr. So something they've practiced, I guess, setting up these ganks for the Nocturne. And long lane, he
absolutely got it done.
Onto him.
Yeah. Well, that'll do us for game number 1 now. Of course, PSG taking the win there against J-Team and taking down Wako, their old teammate. But once we come back, we'll have game number 2 to see if Wako can get retribution.
To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck, looking at the ceiling, I've been stuck, since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. This is wonderful, 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 I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one. I thought the earth went around the sun, but now I'm wrong. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that this world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful when you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and neighbors grow. You used to turn around and start to run. Did you ever think this day would come? It has begun. And now the planets look like Neverland. The air is calm and the sky is bright, sipping the light. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful when you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and the neighbors grow. Wonderful, 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 There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's
And we are back. We're getting ready now for game number 2 between PSG and J-Team. And I think the story so far for PSG is that Junjie is just taking over every game. And maybe you got to find some way to shut that down. But it feels like there's just too many options for him in terms of junglers. I mean, he's already picked up the Rumble. We know he can play a lot of other junglers. And so don't know what you can do about that. Maybe you just have to do more to sort of avoid getting found. Find some more visions and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is the picks, honestly. He's shown strong performances on 2 picks so far, but I don't think you're going to be able to pinch his champion pool, and I really don't think the Nocturne is the problem. You know, you're not struggling with a level 4 Nocturne running into your lane. That shouldn't be happening, really.
This is true.
Especially with your sums up. I think more than anything, it's just the draft overall. They didn't really pick the strongest champs in the meta, and they didn't pick a very cohesive comp either. The Varus and the Olaf picks kind of didn't fit with the theme that the Nautilus and the Wukong and the Orianna were bringing.
Yeah.
So maybe see some draft changes, but also it was just kind of PSG showing class in that last game. They weren't necessarily mechanically outplaying J-Team. They were faster on the rotations. They were setting up objectives better, punishing the lack of the TP on the Olaf. Yeah, very hard game for J-Team.
Yeah. I mean, we saw every team fight, right? It was pretty much impossible for Wako to find a whole lot of use, really. I mean, he just got shut down by Nocturne and is forced to use his sums to either run away or very defensively anyway, pretty much the entire time. And I think that's something that just happens when, of course, the Nocturne's so far ahead, but you don't have all that much peel. You have the Nautilus, of course, but if Nautilus is using everything onto the Nocturne, it really means that Betty can just do whatever he wants, Mabel can do whatever he wants, and we really saw that, of course. Junjia being so far ahead, he'd go down, he'd take a lot of damage and go down, but it was still Maple alive, Betty was still alive, and they were doing all the damage they ever need to be. And that's one thing I also wonder is that, do you really want the Orianna? Because that just means Mabel gets to play a champion that he's really good at. We saw they banned the Nico, they banned the Akali, which are 2 champions Maple is fantastic at, but he just picks up the Azir and he looks fantastic on that anyway. And so we'll see. Coming back into draft, it will be the same sides. PSG opting to be back on the blue side. I think that makes a lot of sense. It means if they get a winning bot lane, they can play more aggressively. Junjia can have an easier time defending, as well as Kongwei having a harder time to punish.
Yeah.
If I will be banned, it will be the Rumble banned once again, so things are remaining the same.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with J-Team running back the red side, but I guess if they've come in prepared to play red side, they just have to go for it again. Identical bans so far. PSG, no reason to really switch up the draft after how well it went for them last time. We'll see if they still prioritize the Varus Orianna. We'll see if they change it to the Lucian Milio first rotation for J-Team. I'd really like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Another noticeable thing is that PSG have only played with RJ on Udyr so far this split, so it could be something you may think of getting rid of or picking away early.
Yeah, especially when nothing's really, you know, Udyr is just acting as a wall. He's not running away with the game ever, but you can't move him top, you can't really kill him. You're not building much of an advantage.
Sure.
Yeah, it kind of fills the role Ornn has filled in the past, you know, with less utility, less scaling, but Lucian ban.
Okay, that already will mean there is a change to this draft. We'll see if that impacts what PSG play for. It was a Nocturne first for them.
Yeah, it's just going to be Nocturne
game.
first again, and they've kind of hamstrung themselves by banning the Lucian, in my opinion. Orianna, maybe. Orianna hovered, but I would imagine it's just the Nocturne.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Orianna's been very high priority, so obviously these teams really like it, but it will be the Nocturne, so not overly surprising, as you touched on, is likely to be seen.
Will they go for the Orianna or maybe just an Azir pickup? I honestly like the Azir more than the Orianna. In the LCK, I think it is, we've seen a lot of Corki as a response to the Azir.
Yeah.
But just the Orianna Varus, run it back. Saying that if you didn't have the Lucian Milio, we would have fared a lot better in that game. And to be fair, I'm really not sure what PSG are going to go for their bot lane. Will they pick something up here? Maybe an Aphelios?
Yeah, Aphelios, Caitlyn. Betty has been pretty good at the Kai'Sa as well as the Xayah. Although Udyr, not wanting to get to the second stages of bans and risk losing it, will just be locked in once again here at the second pick.
Yeah, no-brainer for PSG. The Udyr is just performing so well for them. It's setting up ganks amazingly well. It's disrupting the enemy jungle. It's nearly unkillable.
Ooh. I like this.
Yeah.
Obviously, last Champions League, it was just the Lucian Milio picked up here, but now that Lucian's off the table, might as well just go for a strong mid lane, strong top lane.
Yeah, with the tier 1 ADCs gone, you may as well not let them ban out your mid pool again. Get a really good matchup with the Nico into the Orianna. We'll see what... Maybe they're going to pick their pick into the... Yeah, they've picked the Cassante into the Udyr. Maybe just match tank with tank. Go for... Say that the Cassante is just going to outscale be more useful in these late game fights.
Yep, and Cassante will fall behind in lane, you'd have to expect, but when you come to team fights, it also has the added bonus where you can actually use it to try and peel for your Varus if need be. Obviously can be a pretty good backline diver as well, but should be a more even lane up in the top side. Really shouldn't be able to move the Cassante from lane. Of course, Udyr, pretty immovable up there as well. Renata will be banned, so taking one of those strong supports away. Caitlyn does remain open, can be paired with another range support, but again...
Yeah, maybe some Lux Caitlyn things.
Yeah.
Lux is kind of nice with Nocturne diving backline. You can give him a little bit of help. Ulting backline, Nico following up maybe.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we know Woody he likes his mages, he likes his enchanters, and Betty already playing one game thus far of the Caitlyn and looking good on it.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if it gets banned. Do they ban the Caitlyn? Do they ban the Lux? Do they just leave both open and ban something else? I have to feel like the most logical one, is the Caitlyn Lux. So taking the Lux away means possibly making this bot lane a weak point for the side of PSG. But we've seen strong red side bot lanes be punished on repeat in the past. Admittedly, Nocturne, not the greatest, but
at least you're against the Nocturne. So he's not, he's pretty rarely going to look for a flank. With the Nautilus ban, I think you could go for something like the Aphelios Lulu. Pretty classic combo. And Lulu pairs really nicely with Nocturne. You get him ulted. He ults in, you Lulu ult him.
I think the Nautilus ban might mean they want to pick the Zeri. They could go for Zeri Lulu.
Oh, yeah. I think we've seen Zeri once.
We did. It did lose, but it looked fairly good.
Yeah.
Up until that point. It was BYG versus CFO, Fing playing it.
Interesting not going for the Xin. The Xin was left open this time, and they're still just doubling down on the Wukong.
Israel recently received buffs onto patch 14.2, but definitely not that strong here on 14.1b, and we'll just go back to the Caitlyn. And now you don't get the Lux, but if you do get the Karma, that certainly is a winning bot lane 9 times out of 10. Of course, yet to see the support pickup for the side of J-Team, and we get Bard. So Bard we've seen once. It was Sword Art. It looked really good. Obviously, they did not win that game, but he played very well on it. See if Woody can do the same.
Caitlyn actually pretty nice follow-up for Nocturne. You saw PSG using the lethality Caitlyn with the Nocturne. Anyone who was alone was getting Nocturne ulted, Caitlyn ulted, and there was just no hope of surviving against the lethality.
Poor God JJ on that Varus.
Yeah.
Just repeat, Nocturne ult, Caitlyn ult. He didn't often die to it directly, but it forced him out of the fight completely.
Be interesting to see how this lane goes, especially like bot lane. I'm really curious, and I wonder if Wukong's gonna be prioritizing his bot lane a little bit more. Pretty easy to gank the Caitlyn Bard. They can't do much to stop the ally just getting on top of them. If they're willing to blow some flashes. Wukong not the best early game jungler though. That's why I think Xin might have put them in a better spot. Pairs pretty nicely with the Ori as well.
For sure. Well, taking junglers away from the game, it certainly is a bot lane matchup that the side of PSG will win. Caitlyn Bard certainly a lot stronger in the early stages.
Yeah.
And
it's
so
gonna be very hard
for them to survive. And I mean, Varus, it should be the lethality. I think you can't really go the on-hit if you're against the Nocturne or the Caitlyn. And so likely to be the lethality Varus. But you do hate picking the lethality Varus and then losing lane. It feels kind of like a wasted pick.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got enough damage, just like raw DPS with the lethality Varus this game. A lot less damage coming from the top lane.
Yeah.
So he might need to go the on-hit build. But
well, in fairness, Cassante is a bit absurd later on in the game, so...
Yeah, he might just be doing enough damage anyway.
He might just turn into Cassante and start doing some crazy Cassante things.
Yeah, with the lethal, with the on-hit Varus, you kind of need stuff to enable him. Maybe a Lulu, Emilio.
Yeah, Time Kench as well can be an option.
Yeah, versus lethality is just gonna... It just fits in every comp. It's just gonna do a decent bit of damage, whatever comp you're playing. And it's nice into the Caitlyn. Not often Caitlyn ends up getting outranged, and it can be really frustrating to play the Caitlyn when you're getting poked out.
For sure. Now, it might be that we're going to have on-hit, well, just crit Caitlyn this game, because it is the fleet footwork, so it will more likely than not be just the regular crit Caitlyn build. See what he opts to build. Stormrazor into IE is often what most people go for, but
Yeah, it should be crit. Makes sense to me. You probably need a little bit of DPS rather than the burst. You've got a lot of burst on your team. Someone's got to kill this Cassante, maybe this Wukong Ali.
yeah. Yeah, you don't really have that much sustained DPS, of course. You do have the Nico who can find an angle and find a lot of damage that way, but it is always nice to have a champion there that can burn through these tanks. If Lakai gets a few items, it does become pretty hard to deal with.
Yep.
Now, importantly, one thing that also will help Maple here is that they do have a Caitlyn, and so he can transform into Caitlyn during the lane phase, giving him the Caitlyn auto attack range, just to make life even easier as the Nico. Oh,
Headbutt start on Alistair.
yeah.
Not much happening level 1. I imagine
Yeah, he's a pinata, that champ.
Wako and Ursan are going to get zoned off of the waves, just Ali being very useless level 1.
Ooh, Kongyue doesn't realize that Junjie played for a split map. Will, of course, be seen on that ward and head back towards his bot side and see if he's quick enough to be able to pick himself up his blue and then start to look for an invade on Junjie's jungle. Level 2 now will be reached by Woody, of course. The benefits of those chimes.
Little bit of a chunk, but Wako's got the longsword 3-pot start, so with the Ali healing, he'll be able to sustain in the lane, and the split map's on the wrong side for him to be under any pressure. I'm surprised they've split the map this way. Usually on blue side, you're splitting the map bot side just to have permanent pressure on the enemy bot lane, threatening showing up behind them.
Yeah, RJ once again pushing in top. This is what Udyr does these days.
Yep. And Cassante, kind of as expected, struggling in this lane. There's not a lot you can do to win these trades against Udyr with his shield.
Now, Woody does hit level 3, so will have his magical journey available, which means the
level
ganks...
3 to level 1.
Yeah. Yeah, they did a really, really good job of zoning away from that second minion wave, all of them going down while Betty and Woody just stood well up in the lane. Alistair, of course, can't do anything level 1, really. Just has headbutt available. As I said, a bit of a pinata. But now we'll be level 2, so there's a little bit more threat. Ultimately, though, I don't think you feel that bad if you are the side of PSG. Now, Kongyue going to collect himself this top Scuttle Crab. Will he look for the invade? Certainly is going to find himself very far down on those jungle camps if he doesn't.
Yeah, he's got to do it, and then he's got to worry about an Udyr running in on him.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, Lakai might have to be worried about an Udyr running in on him.
Oh, but Udyr might be the one in trouble here.
Yeah, Kongyue going to be looking up here. Goat is popped by Arja. He's going to be trying to use those alcoves. Gets hit by the Q3. Nice prediction by Lakai. Arja should be going down here, but how much time can he waste? There's a lot of healing coming through from that turtle starts as Junjie has managed to walk from bottom side jungle now up to top, and he's going to look. Level 4 kill last game. He's looking for the level 3 this time. A lot of cleaves coming through. Junjie 1 kill. Junjie will hit the second.
How does he do it?
This
How
guy
does he do it?
is a magician.
Every game he runs top, he clears a couple camps, runs top, and picks up some kills.
Yeah. 1 kill level 4. This game is 2 kills level 3.
Yeah, I mean, the hero of that play was the Udyr, though. He was just unkillable for Wukong Cassante. He starts this play on maybe less than 300 HP.
Even gets hit by the Q3.
Yeah, gets hit by the Q3. Wukong finds the E onto him, and he just tanks for so long. As Junjie has time to just walk in. Even as Junjie was walking in, I was thinking there's no way they can win this fight, but even gets the Wukong flash, flashes after him, kills him, fadeaway Q, takes him out. Pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's 4 from 4 from just absolutely gapping early game jungle. That's like, I mean, we saw him very, very strong last split, but it almost feels like he's gotten better somehow. And Maple, he goes and claims himself a few of those small chickens.
Yeah, you love to see it. Not to harp on the Xin Zhao pick too much, but yeah, it would have done a lot better there, I think. Oh, wrong target for the ulti.
Yeah, Maple. Chess and checkers somewhere in this. We see the ARAM come out, but shouldn't be a whole lot happening here. It was just going to be that ultimate expended from Minji. Now, it is an important cooldown because it means now once Maple does tick 6, which should happen, does now, it means that this mid lane is a whole lot better for him. Has kill threat, whereas Orianna has certainly lost it.
Yeah, and Junjie can just hit these scuttle grubs What are they called? Rift Grubs?
Yeah, Void Grubs.
Void Grubs, that's the one. He can hit the Void Grubs without really worrying about Orianna coming. Has ult advantage on mid lane. Udyr, permanent shove. Prio in all 3 lanes by the look of it for PSG. Gonna be really difficult for Wukong to play.
Yeah, this game's not started off very well. And honestly, you've got the winning lane just having Bard Caitlyn. And Bard is probably the best champion in the game at roaming.
Yeah. Yeah, with 3 Prio lanes as well, he can make life hell for this Wukong.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Junjie now so accelerated means that you pretty much just have to permanently be scared of Nocturne.
Yep. As expected, like you're just going to be picking up every objective with three winning lanes and a 2-0 Nocturne. And J-Team have got to find a way to break into the game, make a play happen, get Wukong 6, and yeah, claw back a bit as it's almost a 2k gold lead already.
Yeah, extremely early into this game.
Yeah.
First Dragon, 3 Void Grubs, 2 kills. Junjie is everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels... I'm so curious about the amount of early prioritization in the red draft for the Varus and the Orianna. Oh, you're so looking for a play. It's a really good timing there on the flash. Going to land that stun, and it should be Wako being able to pick himself up a kill. Really well done there by Yursan as Betty now trying to fight for his life. Junjie is in the area, and through comes the Paranoia, and you've got a problem. That's a 3rd kill. Wako has been 1-degged, and down will go Yursan on the Alistair.
Yeah.
A really good start to the play. Got a little bit overzealous.
Yeah. You have to appreciate that, though. Not willing to just quietly go out, flashing on to Woody, making a play. Unfortunately, they overchase a bit. Just not respecting the Nocturnal.
Uh-oh. Pop Blossom will not connect. Flash out from Minji, but they do land the stun. Through comes the Shockwave, but it won't mean anything. 3-man knock-up for Yursan for the style points, but PSG, once again...
Here's the replay. Flash onto Bard, headbutts him into the tower. He only takes 1 tower shot, but that's plenty to get the kill here. I don't think there's ever a kill onto Betty, as Wako actually sidesteps the EQ really nicely.
Yeah.
Watch his HP bar disappear, though. Yeah. And Ali's going to go down to giant wave into the tower. Yep. Looks good to begin with, but ends up pretty disastrous, especially because they get the kill onto Bard rather than the Caitlyn.
Yeah, means Caitlyn is able to pick up all the wave. Picks up a kill as well.
And Ali got the kill on the Bard as well.
Yeah, it was heal coming out of Woody, which meant that the piercing arrow didn't do enough damage, and Ignite claimed it.
Yeah.
Oh, this champion seems so fair.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you have to just ban this Udyr if you can't find something that can hang on as well. It's hard to get a grasp of how bad these matchups are, though, because it has just been a disaster at level 4 every single game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Cassante never wins into the Udyr. It really is just for a team composition sort of pick. But, I mean, Arj is just walking to tower. Minji's getting dove between towers to flash away from Junjie to make sure he doesn't get stunned up there. But here comes the Cyclone. Maple might be in a bit of trouble. Woody is going to be stuck there, and Kongyue now getting slowed up. Betty does arrive to the fight. Level 7 will have access to the ace in the hole as he's continuing on to auto attack. Doesn't even realize what's going on behind him. Bardolt will mean that Woody survives, although no, he won't. Wako being able to snipe that one away, but Betty's going to claim himself another. Junjie actually puts through that Q, trying to claim himself the kill.
Yeah, J-Team putting up more of a fight this series, not willing to just slowly lose. They're making plays, but that is the epitome of just play safe mid as 3 people dive you between your towers. And that's just going to happen when they have Prio in all 3 lanes. Bard loves to roam, Nocturne loves dives.
Yeah, Bard, one of the best champs at diving as well as roaming, of course, can ult the tower. Didn't even need to. He just strolled on behind him.
Yeah, he just walks onto him. And Junjie is really
flash
good
is really nice too.
Yeah, beautiful flash. And this Wukong ult does seemingly nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maples just eats the entire Wukong ult twice. Doesn't really get anything done. He's going to get picked up by Betty.
Really nice Bard ult too.
Yeah, it was a beautiful Bard ult. And for the second time, Maple's clone actually tanks an ultimate this game. Betty flashes on Wako, and yeah, not all bad for J-Team. They pick up a couple kills and get them on, well, they pick up 1 kill and they get it on Wako, but...
Yeah, Yursan now getting stunned up, taking a big chunk of damage, and Maple is crazy at controlling that clone.
Yeah. Yeah, Void Grub's picked up by Nocturne. That is 6 out of 6 now for PSG.
Yeah,
And
that's really scary, especially because RJ is just constantly at Lakai's tower, and there's nothing that Lakai is able to do about it. So the extra damage, the Void Grubs will absolutely be felt as RJ's...
Yeah.
Oh, he's not even going to take it.
Yeah, speak of the Void Grubs, Udir's just pretty much passively taken this top tower ever since the first play top. There has been no interference in this lane for the most part, and he's just passively taken this tower, able to ignore the Cassante and just punch the tower.
For sure. Now, while it's hard to grasp really the level of which J-Team currently sit at, of course, they've got some big names that you expect to be really strong in the power list, in the power rankings rather, for the PCS. But PSG, they are absolutely running away with it for the second series now in the spring split. So, I mean, the more I see this team, the more I think that they are looking like quite heavy favorites.
Yeah, we'll of course have to see them against the likes of CFO and beyond.
Yeah.
You know, before we can know for sure. But yeah, no one's really even been able to touch PSG.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, I almost wonder if Wako should have just stood in there, but is going to be able to dodge away from the stun there.
Yeah,
it's just going to be the Tempest Fate.
It's always risky to just tank it though with the Caitlyn trap setup after.
Yeah, it is a bit of a 50-50, I suppose, but I mean, they get themselves another plate, they get themselves another dragon. It's going to be the Chemtech Soul this game, and 10 minutes away from that being a possible option, assuming PSG get the next one, and I think they are pretty set up to be able to do so. As we said before the game, of course, it is going to be that crit. Caitlyn Stormrazor will be picked up first. Have to think will be followed by the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, maybe a Rapid Fire. Depends on... maybe Rapid Fire just...
Hey, that minion wave has 8 minions.
Yeah, Maple looking for something. Like, you look at the scoreboard now, and it's... I mean, up CS mid, 2 kills.
Yeah,
up
Luden's
20
companion.
CS bot. Yeah, just sticking to the Luden's companion build. Feels like he needs the Lost Chapter, wants the Ludens over the Seraphs. I mean, his damage wasn't the problem last game, but I mean, you do have to say from this far behind, I don't know where the damage for J-Team is coming from, especially if Junjia goes for a similar build, Udyr goes for a similar build, and yeah, I don't know how they're killing anything this game.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder this game for Wako to deal that much damage to RJ on the Udyr, because last game he did go Bramble Vest to deal with the Olaf. This time looking like it will be the Frozen Heart, which is just more armor, lowers the already pretty much non-existent attack speed that the Varus does have.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like that adjustment. I think the Frozen Heart's probably a bit better than the Thornmail. Not much healing. Thornmail made sense against the Olaf, I guess.
Yeah. For sure. Now, Rift Herald is going to be started. PSG looking to pick up every single early game objective as Zero-San steps on a trap and takes half of his HP as the consequence. Of course, pretty hard for them to get in here. Maple is going to just immediately stun up and half health Minji as well. I think with that, there's no real way you can test. Rift Herald does go down. J-Team are angling fairly aggressively though, as Lakai, despite being that tank with the Frozen Gauntlet, is also going to take half his health damage to Betty's Caitlyn. Now, I have a feeling I know who's going to have the top damage this game.
I think it's maybe a toss-up between Betty and Maple.
Yeah,
honestly,
I think it's Betty.
If Maple lands a couple big ults,
That is true.
You might have it.
That is true, but Betty is absolutely chunking them for now, at least.
Yeah.
That's another thing that should be said as well, is being on that Caitlyn, if you are ahead, if you do have first move to objectives, it's even more strangling, trying to walk into those traps. Even if you can get past the traps, you just have to walk into the 90 caliber net.
Yeah.
Ace in the hole, everything that Caitlyn does provide.
Yeah, and even if the traps are going to funnel you a certain direction, Bard and Nico take advantage of that really well.
Yeah, it's very hard. Wako, once again, pretty much an impossible job, you have to feel, as the Varus.
Yeah. I mean, he's just going to sit back and throw Qs. That's all you can really do as the lethality Varus. So from behind, it maybe feels pretty bad to play. If he ever tries to step up, he's got a Nocturne to deal with, a Nico to deal with. Even the Bard ults.
Yeah, and the gold on the left there really does paint a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, Betty up 2,000 gold almost.
Yeah.
At this
Yeah,
stage of the
Maple doing
game
something
is an
similar.
insane amount. Almost 10k lead. Only sitting at 8.
Yeah, and I wonder what you're thinking if you're J-Team, if there could be a way back into
Give
this game.
Soul and Flip Outer for
Flip
the
Outer,
second
yeah,
game in a row.
already. I think you probably eventually fight one of these dragons.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, it's not the best Soul. It's not really the they've got this Soul, we lose the game type of game, but you don't want to give it over in any case. It is obviously going to be very beneficial for RG especially.
I will say this game, they don't have the Milio for their ADC, so like Betty is very killable this game. If you can find a Varus ult, Wukong flank, Cassante flank, yeah, you're going to be able to kill the Caitlyn. It's whether that's even going to be enough is the problem, probably.
Yeah, and you've got to try find all those angles into what is, you know, Bard ult as well as Anudir, Junjia with the Paranoia, and then, of course, Maple's Pop Blossom.
Jia hops in the Rift Herald.
Yeah, he's skirting around the Rift. Oh,
there we
okay,
go.
looking for the engage. It's only going to be landing here onto Arja as well as Junjia, and he's not taking all that much damage. And now, return fire, stunned up from this Nico. Tempered Fate will go wide as J-Team are able to sidestep that, but it is importantly that mid-tier 2 going down, Dragon spawning, and a kill also given over to the side of PSG.
Yeah, I can't blame him for looking. It didn't look like a terrible engage, but ends up only hitting on the tanks, and we don't even commit the Orianna ult to follow it up.
Yeah, we did lose the flash on. Oh, Pop Blossom will come out. That's one dead Orianna.
Oh, Maple's so
Shockwave gets
tricky.
cancelled. Junjia might be going down. He did lose flash in that prior engagement. He's trying to find a little bit of damage, but it is a shutdown found. Kongwei picking up the rewards for that one. And now maybe there's a way they can contest this Dragon. RJ still on the top side. It's a 4v3 down here. No Pop Blossom available. BD also recalling, so this Dragon will be picked up. It will be J-Teams to claim.
Yeah, no one to steal it. No way to really contest it without Nico ulti.
Sure.
And Maple is using this Nico clone so well. I mean, he runs the clone back towards his tower and just runs up the lane, completely confusing Orianna and just ulting her.
Yeah.
They actually do turn the kill around, so overall better for J-Team. As we're going to see the Rift Herald charge and the mid fight here.
Yeah, I think Betty actually flashes the engage. Otherwise,
'cause
it
it was
might have been
looking
an
so good.
entirely different fight. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing by Betty.
Yeah.
Varus ult doesn't connect onto anyone but the Nocturne as well. Varus isn't even finding much damage. 2-man Nico root. Yeah, Varus is just not at the point where he's chunking anyone.
Oh,
And
back to live. We see Kongwei going down and RJ running forward. Minji did get caught there by the Bard ult, but it is okay to get away. Not enough follow-up for that. So it will be 2 kills. Waku is also dead. I'm not entirely sure what happened. That was during the replay, but
yeah, I can guess though. Nocturne ult is down.
yeah. Yeah, we could make some assumptions here.
He has flash up. Maybe it was down at the
Ooh.
time though.
Oh, Minji? He's okay. Oh,
Yeah,
you're saying though. Yeah, he's not. Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely just taken out.
Yeah, PSG are just living in their jungle now. No way to really force them out.
Yeah. Woody looking for Minji. Deciding it's not going to work. Tunneling through and just finding the kill on USN instead. Again, just some of the power that you're offered by Bard.
So we go into a replay. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
here
going to
we
see
go.
how Wako went down.
Oh,
He
he got cheesed by a top laner. Oh, it was a mid laner.
Yeah, just one shot. Flank from either direction, just no map control, so they can just show up from anywhere. Wukong tries to step out of his base and actually dies really quickly to just an Udyr and the Bard. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, things aren't looking good. Pretty much the entirety of J-Team's jungle now just belongs to PSG, and especially in the new season where this blue buff is just going to be given to your entire team, it's even worse. Obviously, you never really wanted to lose those buffs in the prior season. Oh, Ace in the Hole's going to get cancelled here as Kongwei is able to find his way onto Betty, but Betty's going to be able to stay safe. He's kiting back. He's finding enough damage. There's one kill. All Out does come through, and the Tempered Fate will be unstoppable as Lakai finds himself one in return. Q3, but Maple finds 3 in the Pop Blossom. They're all going to go down. It's only Lakai who's just limping away. The Q will be missed. It will, though, be picked up by that ace in the hole by Betty. Now,
Yeah.
are they going to be able to find the end? Maybe not. There's no minion waves. They do with the Void Mites.
They decide to not go for Baron either. That fight actually begins with Wukong finding his way to the Caitlyn, and they land the Wukong-Orianna combo on the Caitlyn. As you see, Betty wasn't very bothered by that. Probably too little, too late, just a little bit too far behind.
As Flash still is full health again.
Yeah.
Gets themselves an inhib. Yeah, things are pretty bad when your team is not able to take down the Caitlyn.
Yeah, that was about their only hope. Good for them for identifying that, you know, the Caitlyn is one-shottable, but maybe not as one-shottable as they thought. Betty is just running face first into the enemy team. He is not afraid. Gets caught ulting, actually. Yeah, and they land a full combo onto him. He is perfectly fine.
Kongwei Q's a minion, which, while probably doesn't change it all that much, does, you know, weaken armor and whatnot.
And you see this Bard ult lands on, I mean, it doesn't matter because Maple comes in with a massive ult. You land the Bard ult, you get traps down under people, and, you know, they may as well be dead.
Oh, Maple seems pretty happy with himself, and if I was him, I would be too, as they currently sit here 14k ahead. They are also in favor for the Dragons. Baron probably can be taken whenever they feel like it. It's really, really hard for J-Team to find any angle now.
Yeah.
RJ knows where Kongwei is. They don't know where he is.
Yeah, I mean, gold lead maybe hasn't grown that much. It's still, you know, just hovering around 8k, but 8k is probably plenty, especially considering the comps.
Never math in public. That's 13k.
That's 13k. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Gold lead has grown from 8k to about 13k. 3 items on Caitlyn, 3 items on Nico.
Yeah, I mean, this Caitlyn at this stage, especially now that Rapid Fire is picked up, you're not really going to have much of a chance. I mean, you found pretty much the perfect engage in that last one and still wasn't able to take her out. Got absolutely ran down. It's going to be even harder now. An extra item picked up. The Baron will likely go down. Though, we are seeing teleports and J-Team making their way here. Junji is actually pretty low. He's been constantly tanking up this Baron. It's down to half HP. Betty, though, turning around. He's in a bit of a position. 90 caliber net will get him to safety as Baron's health will regen.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation from Junjia there. Just kind of stands around and takes a lot of extra damage. When last game we saw them just, you know, very decisively get off the Baron. Yeah. And they're back on it.
But now that everyone's back, it should be theirs really to take. Maple just running his clone in, trying to find where this jungler is. Kongwei, top lane is noted. So there should be the Baron going down. And the follow-up, I mean, the Dragon is live, but I don't think at this stage you're really looking for the Dragon win con. You are just so far ahead. You are 2 dragons away.
Yeah.
I think right now, have some people go top, have some people go bot. Use that mid priority that the inhib being down affords you to find yourself another inhib, maybe even 2, maybe even the game.
Yeah, maybe set up a 1-3-1, get Nocturne in a side lane, Udyr in a side lane, and have three standing mid. And just try close the game out.
Yeah, for sure. Now, not that it feels like it matters that much, but I really do like RJ's itemization here. Realizes that all he needs to be is a guy that gets hit, builds himself the locket, which is not only going to benefit him, giving himself a little bit of an extra shield, some resistance and health, but also just helps Betty. The only way that they ever lose is if Betty goes down immediately, and now that the locket's there means it's even that much harder.
Yeah. Yeah, Betty is completely unafraid. He's just charging in.
Yeah. And there goes Lakai's health bar.
Yeah, looking for rapid fire autos. Trap line set up. Udyr just staying mid to buff up the wave, and they're barely handling, you know, just the Udyr with the wave. Not much. Let's see if J-Team can go for some kind of fight, some kind of dream all in.
Yeah, they have to find something here. Wako will be hit there by the ace in the hole, so a bit of a chunk of his health bar, but not all that impactful. Now, with all these minions coming in, Maple could just look for something. Flash will be available to him. There are pretty much every sum available for J-Team as well. Nice Tempered Fate will connect. Onto 2, the stun will follow up. In goes Alistair, sorry, but it's going to be Jinji who answers. Pop Blossom will find 3. Minji is able to escape, as is Kongwei. But the rest of the team might not be so fortunate as Yurasan does go down. It is traded back by Lakai, who finds Maple. But now it is just an open inhib, open Nexus even, and it's going to be PSG who find their second, picking up the clean 4-0 in their first 2 series.
Yeah, Betty reluctant to hit Nexus here, trying to pad his damage stat.
Yeah, and the kill
picks
stat.
one up. Not bad,
picks 2. But yeah, pretty clean game. I mean, pretty clean series, all things considered. I thought this game, after seeing Wako and his path thing, we weren't going to see him pick up the level 4 kill, and I was right. He got 2 at level 3, so... Yeah, I don't know how this guy does it. I mean,
every time.
Maybe we're just wrong. Maybe Nocturne's just the new age level 3 gank champion, you know? Every game he's done it. Yeah, that's right. Vi doesn't matter. Zinzal, Jarvan.
Forget
Who
it.
needs them?
Just pick Nocturne, pick up the kills anyway. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Definitely well played there from PSG. And Wako on your screen was not able to pick up a game against his old team.
Not a terrible performance from him, but just not much he could do on the lethality Varus. Once you fall behind, you know, you're just shooting Qs for 10% of people's HP and losing.
Yeah, losing much more. Because you can't really play that game. It is so hard as the Varus to really find anything to do, of course. Nocturne just presses the lights out button, and then you don't know where Nico is anymore. It just makes it more and more hard as the game progresses.
Yeah, you can't even play up looking for some kind of play, make, ult, or engage, because the Nocturne is just... Yeah, Junjie showed he was willing to just ult Wako anytime he was on vision. Just blow his flash. Just especially game 1, he just played without a flash the entire time. Pretty decisive. Good look from PSG. Yeah,
for sure. And I think after this series, Betty's starting to feel like he was the winner of the roster swaps in 2024 because this is a team here to play against in the prior seasons, and much the same would happen to him when PSG were against them. So Betty having a good game for himself yet again on the Caitlyn, had a good first game as well there on the Lucian. But I think really the MVP once again for this game, it's either going to, I would say, Maple or Jinjia once again.
I like Maple. I think Maple had a great game. Even in that last team fight, we might get a chance to see it on the replay. He actually had himself cloned as the Caitlyn, and that baited an Alistar engage onto him. He ended up going down anyway, so maybe it didn't make a difference, but Betty just got to free hit, full HP, whole fight.
Yeah, again, but he was playing one of those champs as you get your abilities off and die. Job's done anyway, and he found multiple man pop blossoms time and time again. And of course, they probably win those fights anyway. It just confirms it more, and it snowballs the game just that much faster having a clean fight. And on the side of J-Team, I mean, concerning really. They went up against Frank. They went down 2-0 against Frank. Now they've gone up against PSG, gone down 2-0 once again. Admittedly, they've probably had the hardest start to the season because I think you look at a team like Frank, you look at PSG, you're thinking they could be top 4 teams, both of them. Frank even maybe the way they played, and we'll see again today in our next series. Could be argument for top 3 alongside BYG, CFO as well. I mean, obviously, a whole lot more to see out of every team, but I definitely think J-Team had a rough start to the split.
Yeah, I don't think they should be too hard on themselves. PSG's maybe the best team in the league, probably the best team in the league, and I think the issues that they're having aren't with their decisiveness, they're not with their mechanics, it's just purely draft as far as I can tell. I mean, we won't get to see how good of a team they are until we see some better drafts, see them adapt as we're about to go into a replay. As here's Maple. Minjae thinks that's the clone, he even just pushes S for a bit to convince him. Gets a one-shot onto him, and I think they actually trade back a kill here with a good TP.
They do manage to get Junjie, and this ultimately was a positive trade for the side of J-Team. In terms of gold, at least, it did, of course, cost them that teleport out of Lakai. They are able to pick up this dragon, which stops the dragon win con.
Yeah, it gives you something to hope for, but just one dragon was too little too late. They get the shutdown on the Wukong, and it doesn't end up mattering. A lot of Wukong priority, maybe not Wukong priority, because there were a lot of jungle bans. But this Wukong does not seem very impactful. He was landing ults, especially in the early game, and just not doing any damage. Maple ignoring his ults.
Yeah, Betty did do the most damage, and I mean, doing more than both carries there from J-Team combined. It was a pretty easy game for Betty to pilot after how far ahead the rest of the map got. And of course, the engages found by Junjie as well as Maple just means that it's a lot easier for you to sit back and sort of wail away as that Caitlyn.
Yeah, maybe Betty MVP. We kind of slept on him that game. He was just kind of frontlining with his rapid-fire cannon, running in, shooting people.
I could see Betty getting it just because of how much damage he was able to output, but I do think a lot of the decisive team fights, the decisive early game was off the back of Junjie.
And Maple, of course. Seems to always find that angle on Junjie. Maple had a great time in lane. Maybe not getting a massive CS lead or anything, but he was just being
having
very
prio,
tricky.
and honestly, even if you don't have the most massive CS lead, just constantly having that mid prio changes how the rest of the map's able to play.
Yeah.
Best stats, a lot of Betty, and then Junjia once again taking the most damage. Not too surprising, seeing him just dive on in there head first as Nocturne time and time again.
Yeah.
It was Betty though, the big winner of the game.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that as PSG. Pretty much clean. No fumbles really.
Yeah, I mean they haven't had any fumbles, I would say, so far this split, really. I mean, of course, there's the occasion, maybe you could say around the Baron pick game 1 when Junjia was a little bit too far up, but those are things that when it's, you know, the new split and you're only just getting into it, it's not that big of a problem because those will be things you can sort of fix going forward. And Maple, on your screens there, looks like he will be picking up the MVP, and I think it's deserved. His teamfight impact was certainly felt. You saw the play he made on the bot lane there onto Minji. Yeah,
maybe not as much damage as Betty, but definitely enabled. You know, I mean, once he got some of those ults off, the fights were over.
Yeah.
And he was just setting up a lot of, with his invis and with his W, he was setting up a lot of just out of nowhere ganks, just, you know, creating plays from thin air, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Confusing people.
And it is play of the game there for Maple. You know who goes a little bit unrewarded for their impact in these games is Arja. Because he's just playing, he's just doing his job. He's just, you know, up there, putting in his shift.
Yeah.
Doesn't really get the rewards of the flashy plays, but certainly is the one that sets up a lot of things. And
yeah, this was the engage. This was the engage onto Betty that...
almost.
Yeah, almost does something, but they're just too far behind at this point.
For sure. And then comes Maple.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, that first play this time, as much as we love to credit Junjia, yeah, that was all Udyr for the most part, right? Well played by Junjia, but yeah, Udyr just invincible, 2v1ing for like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
and almost
even got hit from the Q3. I thought if Cassante lands that Q3, he'd surely go down, but I was very mistaken. And so I think that's the question you got to raise, right, against PSG in particular. What do you do against Arja's Udyr? Do you just have to ban it? Like, nothing we've seen yet has really worked. I think the closest we saw to working was Halpix picking up the Gwen against it. And admittedly, it still went down, had a good lane, and it found itself a little bit of an advantage. But Arja still able to absolutely do his job. And so I think going into the next few sort of games against PSG, there's going to have to be some kind of answer in the draft phase to deal with that Udyr. Maybe it's the leave the rumble open and try and pick it for yourself. But, I mean, we'll just have to see. But that was the series all done and dusted. Of course, PSG picking it up 2-0. We're going to go to an interview now with Patty and Betty, so please do enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 PSG 的 AD 选手 Betty。首先，请 Betty 跟观众们打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 AD Betty。
Congratulations on your win this perfect game. You still haven't lost one game this season. How do you feel about the game you just played today? 恭喜你完美的赢下今天的比赛。到目前为止，你们还没有输过任何一场，觉得自己打得如何？
我觉得就是状态，现在我的状态还不错吧，就是可以再更好一点。
I feel like all our conditions, especially my condition, is really good right now, and I think you could perform even better in the later games. So Lucian is a very strong AD carry champion in this meta, in this patch. How do you rate Lucian's usefulness as an AD carry in this patch? 现在露西恩是在这个版本是一个非常强的 ADC 嘛，自己怎么评价这个英雄在下路的作用？
因为现在露西恩可以出辅助装备，然后它可以让辅助的钱变得更多，然后让辅助赶快成型，就是出了第一件装，然后第一件装出来之后，量级就会变得非常强。
Because Lucian can use the support item, which is very, very strong in this patch. So when we use the support item on Lucian is really fast in building his items. And with support help, both of them can make a very strong bottom lane. You played against Wako today, who was PSG's ADC last year. So how do you think about your style differences with Wako? 今天你对上的是 Wako， 也是 PSG 的前 ADC。觉得自己跟他不一样之处在哪里？
我们都是很厉害的 ADC。
We're both really. We don't have that much difference. We're both really good ADC players. So you're on the same team with Maple again this year on PSG. Does it feel different from before? Do you feel like he's grown as a player? 再次与 Maple 成为队友，你这次跟他当队友，跟之前有感觉有什么不同之处吗？有没有感受到老朋友的成长？
就是跟他当队友嘛，因为之前也很常跟他当过队友，在 LPL。然后我觉得他跟之前最大的区别就是他的年纪又更大了，但是他还是一样皮，就是对啊。
I think the biggest difference is that he's older now, but he's still young as a very energetic player and very playful. So I think most of it is the same. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Betty 来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们先进广告，再回来是 FAK 跟 HPS 的精彩对决。拜拜。
Electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous 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 games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
We are speed running into our second game here of the night, or second series, shall I say, of the night. It will be between Frank and Halpigs. And now I want to say, honestly, after watching our most recent series where we saw PSG go up against J-Team, I want to say that Halpigs, may have had a better performance up against PSG than J-Team. So I'm kind of excited to see how they do against Frank.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Helpigs, especially God JJ. He had honestly just a really good performance. He had no business performing as well as he did with how hard they were getting just outright stomped. And I mean, they're in good company.
What are you trying to say? J-Team?
Who just played? No, who just played? Other team.
PSG.
PSG.
Yeah.
PSG have just run through everyone.
Yeah, they have been. And
you know, it wasn't just Helpigs being, you know, super weak or anything. So I like their chances against Frank. Though, admittedly, Frank Gaming looked very strong.
Yeah, Frank are a pretty good team, of course, Eminem and Kaiwing in the bot lane. We know them to be one of the stronger bot lanes in the region. And then you have in their first series, we did see Pretender play game number 1, Jimmy played game number 2. Jimmy playing, importantly, the red side. And I think he has a champion pool that matches sort of being on the red side. He's able to pick up that 5th pick, counter pick. Made it work on the Akali, and he was really the driving force behind them getting it done in their first series. And so it'll be interesting to see. Maybe the 1v1 dictates who we'll see in game number 1. If they are on the blue side, then perhaps we'll see Pretender once again, more of a utility-based mid laner in general, maybe even more comfortable on the LeBlanc if they wanted to angle for that pick. Whereas if they're on red side, I do think we're going to see Jimmy again. It also helps that their jungler Gemini played with Jimmy on CFO last split. Looked really good together, of course, making it to the finals, going all the way against PSG. I'd like to see Jimmy play again. I think
he had a monster game on the Akali, especially game 2. Orianna against him was Minjae, I think, was 0-4-0 to start the game. They came back a little bit off the back of Wako, but yeah, Frank just looked pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, this all really might come down to what happens in the 1v1, of course, on your screen. It will be Jiang once again. He played the first one as Jax, going up against Arding. It wasn't, who was it last? God JJ played Yorick last time.
Yeah, that didn't go very well.
Yeah, got a bit ratioed there by our good friend Junjia, but we'll see. Of course, on your screen, the bans come through. Riven, Ringar, Jax. Jax was what Jiang played last time.
Top lane bans. Both players know exactly what they want to play.
That's right. We have Darius, Ghost Snowball versus Akali with Ignite and Barrier. Now, who do I favor? I think I favor the Darius. That champion's always ridiculous.
Double D Blade versus Double D Ring. Yeah, I'm not really sure. No Ignite on the Darius, just Ghost Snowball. I guess just... Maybe he would prefer, definitely, I think, different summoners against an Akali, but just because it's blind pick.
This guy's a smurf.
Yeah, moving on him. But he's
you've been hit by one auto attack. Sorry, pal.
Yeah.
Darius won the trade, guys.
Yeah, Darius starting at level 3 as well. Just so annoying. Gets the W on you. Doesn't even land the Q and he wins the trade. Still Ignite and Barrier up for the Akali, but yeah, this is looking pretty rough, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be caught by that apprehend. Does manage to dodge away from the Q, but
Panic
Q has gone backwards. Now, of course, there are 2 lives, so even if one of them were to go down, we saw it in our last 1v1 between Jinjir and Lakai.
Yeah, it really brought it back on the Cassiopeia.
That's right. I mean, so far, not a whole lot really to say. I think it does feel like if Darius gets onto the Akali, it's just Jova, but...
I think Snowball might reveal Akali in her Shroud.
Maybe, yeah. I think it does reveal, right? Nice apprehend again. He's going to find so much damage as Jiang.
Even takes a tower shot, but just like...
Shrugs it off.
Clearly wins that trade, yeah.
I think Arding might have to take a recall here.
Yeah, XP is going to get pretty bad if he has to recall here.
For sure. Oh.
Sees him take a tower shot. Maybe thinks he can stay. No flash on the Darius.
There's the Snowball. Does he do it? Does he do it?
Go on.
Oh, he's a better man than me. Might not even matter. No, not quite. Wait a second.
There's Ignite up on this Akali and Barrier.
Yeah, that's 3 tower shots now that Jiang's taken for their healths to be the same. Importantly, did manage to pick himself out both those health relics, which is a bit of a game changer.
Akali stays. Can he do anything about it? Maybe not.
Yeah, I guess just constantly forcing them in. We'll have a little bit extra money for himself when he does recall as well, of course, having more CS.
Yeah. Gets to shove the wave.
Does he just go for a Hex Drinker? I feel like you do, right?
Yeah, you may as well. He's already got the null magic. He goes for a plate here. Knows
Will
he
his
has
recall be
time.
stopped?
I don't think so. I think he
No,
gets
it
the
should be
recall off.
okay. Yeah. All right. Will he go Hex Drinker? I feel like he will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think at this stage feels pretty unkillable if you are the Darius.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for Akali. He does hit 6 at least.
Yeah, I mean, you have some playmaking potential, of course, at level 6 as a Kali, but you have a lot of magic resist and health to burn through
Yep.
against this Darius. He didn't fully heal.
Yeah, neither player did.
Oh, that is the trade. That's one
Hey,
of the
hits
trades
the
of all
ghost.
time. Yeah, he's hitting the NOS.
Just ults.
Will he be able to get the
Probably
5
has the barrier
stacks?
here.
Yes, he will. The ult's available.
Oh.
Oh, he gets the kill, though.
Okay. That was looking dicey with the barrier and ignite, but yeah.
Yeah, the extra AD, the constant true damage bleed, does feel a little overwhelming. Hex Drinker was popped, but I don't think that should be all that troublesome here for the Darius. Likely to go back now, pick himself up an item, or is he? Well, it looks like he might
Going
go
for
for a
another
plate
plate.
first, yeah. Oh no.
Nope.
See, what will he get now? Could it just be more MR? Okay, health. Oh, he's going for the Anathema's chain.
Oh, yeah.
A classic.
Yeah, staple.
A timeless classic.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, I don't think there's any way Akali kills you anyway, but
Yeah, we've said it in the past, and we were wrong about the Cassio, but this time it seems very hard for Akali to do anything.
for sure. Especially if Anathemas gets completed. You've
Yeah.
got to get through the MR, through the damage reduction, and the health, honestly.
Yeah. Even as the circle comes in, it's going to favor Darius. Yeah, he just gets to stand in the middle, fight the Akali.
Yeah, it's healing on that Q, of course. I mean, you don't want to be melee with a Darius.
I guess we're going Storm Surge on the Akali.
Does appear that way. I guess it makes sense, right? Not the longest cooldown. It is a bunch of extra damage.
Yeah, and I think the way you win is really short trades on the Akali.
Oh. Yeah, not like those ones, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, he's still got ult. Oh, he actually doesn't have ult.
No, he doesn't have the ult right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there is a sizable XP difference.
Yeah, 2 levels. Yeah, I think at this point you are hoping Frank pick red side.
Yeah. Yeah. It does feel that way. Harding, maybe if this wave gets him the Storm Surge, there might be some play. Oh,
Yeah,
you
maybe.
didn't see that, guys.
I don't know when he starts winning these trades, because you'd think the short trades are the only way you're going to win as Akali. If you let Darius fully stack his bleed, you're never winning that trade. So
Yeah.
Storm Surge leans into that play style. But, yeah, I don't know if he's getting there.
Yeah, problem is Anathema's chain is now completed.
Yeah.
I think this one might be done and dusted.
Yeah.
No, we've been wrong before, as you said, but
Yeah.
I fail to see the angle of which Arding wins from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's the...
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Jung's put an end to
That's
this.
the
He's had
ghost.
enough.
I think he interrupted the R1.
That was the Shuriken, I believe.
Oh.
Oh!
I mean, I think that bleed might
Yeah,
kill.
that bleed might just do it. There's no health relic.
Yep.
There we are. Oh,
Oh, and...
quite happy. Frank Esports are happy chappies. I mean, I would be too. That's the second 1v1 he's won now.
Oh, he's unstoppable.
Jung's just the king of the 1v1s. There he is on your screen, top laner for Frank.
Yep.
Big shoes to fill, of course, taking over solo kill from last year. And I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find someone in the region that's as good as solo kill. But at least when it comes to the 1v1, he seems like he's definitely doing his job. He's getting his team the sides they want. And I mean, in his last series, I believe he played Cassante and he played Jax, and he looked completely fine on those champs. So excited to see what he can do in this series.
Yeah, he did a perfectly serviceable job. He got leads and matchups he should. He was Jackson to Cassante. He got about a 20-30 CS lead.
Yeah.
You know, and as Cassante, he just, survived and had some impact late game. So, yeah.
Yeah,
no complaints about him.
For sure. Taking down J-Team, of course, it was. And yeah, excited to see what he can do. It will be Jimmy in here for game number 1. Did you see what side? I didn't look. I didn't look at what side they're on. But
No,
we'll
I
find out
missed it.
soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I missed it. Jimmy and being the standout player, in my opinion. Gemini and Eminem as well. I mean, all of Frank honestly performs just really well.
Yeah, for sure. I think obviously in game number 2 where they did sub in Jimmy in for that counter pick, his Akali looked really, really strong.
Yeah.
And so, we've had word.
Yeah, the Frank is blue side.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Voices in my head have in fact confirmed it. There you go on your screen. Halpigs, ICU, Kazma, Xingbai, GodJJ, Arding. Now what I'm looking for this team is to not Lee Sin Q into the Herald pit and get stuck in a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, avoid any hour-long pauses.
That's right.
But really, you want to see them enable GodJJ to carry.
Yeah.
He's been on the Varus, and he's put in good performances on the Varus, so we'll see if he's got some other champs up his sleeve and if he's going to perform as well on those champs, but he has been the standout player on this team.
Yeah, I think ICU as well on the Gwen. He picked the Gwen into the Udyr, and honestly, as I said in the prior series, it really was the only matchup that had actually favoured someone that wasn't the Udyr, and so we'll see if that is something we can continue to look at. Maybe ICU is just a really good counterpick player. He likes to get on the...
Oh, they've got red side.
Yeah, exactly. So it might be something to look towards. Kazma as well. I mean, he played aggressive early game at junglers. He played the Lee Sin. He honestly looked pretty decent at the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But he was going up against Jinjia, and we've seen what Jinjia can do.
Yeah, Jiang, you know, having a pretty good series. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Damage
ICU
percentage,
doing well.
Yeah, that's a very high damage percentage for a top laner. And that can speak volumes about yourself as a top laner or the rest of your team and what they're being able to do. Of course, he did have a favorable matchup for himself both games.
Yeah. 2 Gwen games as well probably helps the damage.
Yeah.
Helps the damage share.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I wonder who the top laner with higher DPM than these two are. Who's played carry champs? I don't even remember. But these two both doing their fair share of top lane damage for sure. The gold remained pretty even at 15 for them, the two of them. Obviously, KDA, well, it looks like Jiang is just infinitely better. That is just the result of being on the team that won 2-0 and the team that lost 0-2.
Yeah, he did also have a cheeky, like, 1-5 Gwen game.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think. But considering how one-sided in opposite directions their first games were, for their stats to be that close, it was pretty good.
And on your screen, it was last year when Halpigs, with the God Tone edition of Halpigs, were up against Frank, who were a very good team, of course. They actually won 3 of their 4 matchups.
Oh.
And I think a lot of that, actually, I remember some of them, and I believe in 2 of those games, 2 individual games, God Tone actually stole away Barons as Maokai. That guy, you know, I had some criticisms for him, but he was really good at stealing objectives, and I mean, the results speak for themselves. They actually almost made it to playoffs, despite what most people had thought of them prior to the split. Yeah. And we'll see if GodJJ's led Halpigs can do much the same.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stop the Frank momentum or if they're just going to have another clean series and get off to a really good start for Frank.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. I mean, this should be a bit of an easier time to tell the strength of Halpigs, of course. Going up week 1 against PSG is probably as hard of a start as you could possibly ask for. And now, Frank, they look really good too. If Halpigs can do something against them, you feel pretty good. Now, Rengar, once again, is bad against this team. So I'm starting to think that either ICU or Kazma are a bit of a one-trick.
There was one other strange ban, but the champion doesn't come to mind against Halpigs. Rengar Ashe. There was one other weird ban. We'll see if it gets through. Maybe they'll pick it. I wonder if it'll be the Nocturne first pick prioritized or the Lucian, because really only PSG have made the Nocturne look good.
Yeah, I don't think Gemini strikes me as much of a Nocturne player. He certainly has always felt better on the utility sort of junglers, the likes of Sejuani, Rel, and Maokai. And I personally do believe we are most likely going to see him pick up the Rel. I mean, he had 2 games on it. He looked really good in both of those. And there's no reason not to if you're just comfortable in doing so.
Against J-Team on the blue side, they were really happy to give up the Nocturne, take Rel, an aggressive early game jungler, and just punish the enemy bot lane. Just appear behind them level 3, level 4, level 5 on the Rel, and just punish that. He knew Nocturne was just going to be sitting around clearing camps. The Corki ban is going to let them pick an Azir first pick if they want it here.
Yeah, Jibian, one of the better Azirs in the region, so certainly happy to see that pick up here for the side of Frank. And now, what's your answer? You can look to take a mid early on here. You obviously do already see the Azir. We might be seeing GodJJ on his 3rd appearance of the Varus.
Yeah, he's performed very well on the Varus, so I'm not surprised to see it. Especially with the AD pool being pinched, you have to wonder, I guess they'll go just for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn
Yeah.
Lux, maybe pick up a jungler
Eminem
here.
was a really good Zeri player too.
Oh.
But Kaiwing
Okay.
does tend to prefer his engaged support, so maybe we won't see the Zeri.
Yeah, we'll see. It's nice to have a CC support against Nocturne as well.
For sure.
Picking the Enchanter gives Nocturne maybe just another target to go on.
Yeah, and now we do see the Cassante coming through. It'll be the second time Jiang plays that one. And now this does open up the top side for being able to once again pick Gwen if ICU wants to go for the three-peat.
Yeah, no Udyr, though. Kind of
Yeah.
surprising considering how well we've seen PSG use that champion.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe PSG have had a lot of practice around it because not so much. Obviously, there have been a lot of resulting kills in the top lane, but I think
Yeah.
a lot of PSG's success, at least in their first series, stemmed off RJ just going and being sort of harassing the enemy jungle while Junjie does something on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. We'll see what it looks like they're thinking about a mid-champ here. I wonder if they'll pick their top, though, because if they don't pick Gwen or Jax here, they're not going to be able to pick. I'm assuming Frank are going to ban Gwen and Jax.
I would assume so. So Orianna is the lock-in. They, of course, have the Orianna Nocturne combo, which hasn't found much success at all.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it off, I guess.
Yeah, do ban the Senna. So, I mean, currently, as things stand, it is a fairly low damage comp coming out of Frank, and so obviously yet to pick the AD carry and support means they can absolutely find damage from those sources, but limiting sort of the damage, some of the sort of lane bully nature that Senna can provide.
The Senna ban was to stop Senna Tom. So Tom is an answer to the Nocturne. We've seen it as an answer to Nocturne.
Yeah, true.
Ori. And I think it was Frank specifically who were doing it. I'm not sure on that, though.
Yes, it was, I believe, Eminem and Kaiwing that were playing the Varus Tom.
Yeah, they played it very well.
Okay.
Nahar banned away, so actually Gwen and Jax both open. People seem to have shied away from the Jax, but I think that's because he has a bad matchup into the Udyr. So we'll see what they go for here. May as well run it back on the Gwen. He's done okay on it.
Okay, so I like this from Halpix. They've taken away the Rakan. Eminem, again, he's a player that really likes the Xayah. Xayah is one of the champs that can actually function into the Nocturne as long as you're able to get that ult off before the Fair Tether comes through.
Yeah.
And taking away that really good support pairing, of course, of the Rakan Xayah. It feels good, obviously, for the side of Halpix here. And will Bard be the answer?
Oh, Bard could be very good here. I'd be surprised to see the
Do
Yuumi.
not lock that in.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see that. And Halpig's draft is shaping out really nicely with the Nocturne, Rakan, Orianna engage. If we get maybe a Lethality Varus to follow up on those engages, Nautilus will be the pick with Xayah. Honestly, a pretty low damage comp from Frank.
Yeah. They will have a lot as the game progresses, of course. Xayah and Azir, 3-4 items online, are doing absolutely enough damage themselves.
Yeah, there's the Udyr.
Yeah, Udyr will be picked up into the Cassante. We saw our last game, obviously different players.
Yeah, seems like a very good matchup.
For sure. See if ICU can have the same impact as RJ. See if Kazma can utilize that impact as well as Junjie. If they can, then certainly feeling good about the chances here in the game. But definitely a hard team to do it up against because Frank and their roster are absolutely no slouches.
Yeah, and honestly, I complained about Frank's damage, but Halpigs, you know, don't exactly have a heap of damage either, especially if Orianna can't find these, you know, 2-3-man ultis.
Yeah, true. We'll have to see. It could also be the on-hit Varus. I don't think so. I think it will be Lethality. Lethality Varus does really well into Xayah. You're just constantly outranging her. You should have the winning bot lane matchup, and Varus Rakan.
Yeah, it's annoying for Azir too. He likes to stand still quite a lot and auto the soldiers.
Yeah.
It's easy to land Qs on him.
We'll have the fleet footwork, though, almost certainly here for Jimmian, so does provide a little bit of movement speed to be able to dodge out of the poke, and of course, a slight amount of sustain, although sustain's not really the be-all, end-all when it comes to fleet footwork.
Yeah. I think it has pretty good AP scaling. You know, it's not.
It does.
It's not negligible, but I think it's mostly for lane, I assume, but I'm not sure. It's pretty new, the fleet footwork Azir, since they changed his soldiers to apply the
on-hits. Yeah. And it works because the matchups he typically struggled in the most are because they outrange him with skill shots. the likes of Oriana Ball. Every now and then you are able to dodge just one extra. You're able to get 100, 200 extra health each recall from that fleet footwork, which in the long run can mean that you have an extra 10, 20 CS coming out of lane, which is definitely what you like.
Just looks like a pretty standard fan at the moment. I wonder Nocturne usually starting on Raptors. We've got Hail of Blades on the Varus, means he probably will be going Lethality.
Yep. And then everything else,
pretty standard.
fairly standard. I'm a little curious about the Udyr having second wind. It doesn't feel like you'll find all that much value with it up against the Cassante. Maybe conditioning could have been a better rune here, but...
Yeah, go for some scaling.
Yeah.
Maybe just going for the lane phase. It seems like your role as this Udyr is to just be a block pick early game. Yeah, just be annoying shove. I mean, last game we saw the Udyr just take the tower out from under the Cassante. Yeah. He had 3 other winning lanes, so the enemy jungler was busy, but...
For sure, and 6 Void Grubs will speed that process up tenfold.
Yeah, true. Both junglers starting Raptors.
Yeah, so maybe mirrored jungle, although heading opposite.
I want to see both junglers play for bot. Yeah, I think this game can be decided through bot. I don't think you're going to get an overwhelming advantage through either of these top lanes.
Yeah, although... Cassante has stepped up to his minion wave and has promptly lost the entirety of his health bar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they had the opportunity to pick away the Udyr. They seem happy to take the Cassante into it.
Sure. Now, I think for the start of lane here, Helpig should be favoured. You see Arding starting with the Quill, just trying to get himself a little bit more health back when the small trades come through from Nautilus Zaya.
Yeah, Hail of Blades on Varus, and they have the heal, means that Helpig's bot lane should be quite a bit stronger. Yeah, maybe Nautilus 6, they can find something.
Gemini has done this 2 games out of 2, and he has found his way around the back. God JJ seems like he might be privy to the idea it's happening. Is trying to back off, will get stunned up, and no follow-up.
No hook.
Yeah, the hook did miss earlier on in the trade. Obviously missing Nautilus hook. Puts it on a longer cooldown, means it didn't quite come back up.
Yeah, but Frank seemed to be using this blue side better than any team in the league so far.
For sure.
They pick something like a Rel. I mean, it's been Rel every time, and then he just makes the game unplayable for the enemy bot lane. Look where their wave is, and he's just constantly going to be threatening.
For sure, this lane state, very hard to play around. Although now Rel has recalled, you've got Kazma in the wings, means you can play a little bit more aggressively. Obviously did lose a bit of XP there with minions going down. You slow pushed wave.
So you're getting shoved in, you know, getting poked out, but maintaining CS really well. Cassante, on the other hand, is struggling.
He's got his CS, but yeah, it doesn't seem particularly playable, this matchup.
Yeah. But, I mean, you're opting into the suffering when you blind pick the Cassante like this. You're pretty much saying your red side, pick whatever you'd like. And I will play for my team.
Sure. Now, Gemini looking like he's going to try and invade these Raptors. Perfect timing. Should be able to pick those up. Yeah. It could be matched by Kazma on the bottom side. In fact, it will be. So, all things considered, not really an advantage gained either way.
Yeah, spotted out by a ward. I think Gemini maybe wasn't.
Arding is very confident. Does manage to get away, but this has really put the pressure on God JJ, and I don't know that he's going to be able to get that cannon.
Yeah, desperate measures to break the freeze.
This will slow push to them now, though, and actually doesn't even have to. Eminem being Zaya, probably one of the really strongest early wave pushes in terms of AD carries, akin to that of a Sivir.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it in, and God JJ just doesn't back. He fakes the back, he just sits under his tower. We'll see if Frank decides to actually stay because the Varus stayed. I don't think so. No, they're just going to take the tempo, take the reset, see if they can use this tempo, because mid is in a very volatile state right now. See if we can run the Nautilus up mid.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. We do have Arding has first move, and Kailing hasn't actually recalled, so could be a little dangerous as these Void Grubs being looked at. ICU, of course, having ultimate pressure in that top side. Means that these should both just be going down.
Nautilus is mid.
Oh, flash. Xingbai playing a little bit too aggressively is going to cost him that flash, which makes, again, this lane is a lot harder when you don't have flash as the Orianna because you're constantly under gank pressure from the Azir. Azir having flash, soon will have ultimate. Even having himself a farm advantage, which is not what you expect.
Yeah. Yeah, Orianna down to flash 2 means that once this Azir is 6, she's under a lot of threat. Bot lane still frozen, and they are torturing the Varus. At least he can pick up a lot of the CS with his Q, but you generally want to be using the Q to, you know, get some poke in.
Yeah.
Get some trades.
Yeah, this is really not the greatest lane state. Although he should be able to get this in now. Nautilus not quite being in the area, Gemini very far away.
Yeah. Quiet early game from Nocturne. He's just rushing his level 6.
No.
Oh, maybe Cassante can do something here.
Now you have to be a little bit worried as the Udyr. I think there is an angle where Cassante can look to kill you if you do get low, and he does all out on you, of course. The last 2 games we saw... Oh, wow. That was so close to landing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, and that's huge, really, if you are the Orianna. It means that your lane is a lot safer now.
Yeah, it buys you some time. You might be able to get your flash up before they get another opportunity to go for the Azir ult. Bot CS gap is growing.
Yeah, definitely not what you want if you're the Varus lane, but...
We've got 6 on... No, we don't have 6 on Nocturne yet. He's just here to finally help them break this freeze.
Yeah, oh,
here we go.
All out did come through. It's going to force out both top laners' ghosts.
Yeah.
I actually think this might be in favor, though, of ICU. Just Kit has so much sustain in it with that turtle stance.
Yeah, once this Cassante ult runs out, he can be a lot more reckless now. And he was already being pretty reckless.
Sure. Dragon started up. Hellpigs looking to pick themselves up the first objective here of the game. Gold, as it stands, is very even between the 2 teams. It is, of course, the Void Grab. Oh, Gemini's looking for it. He is now stuck in this pit. Will have the crash down if he needs to get out. He's going to turn attention towards the rally. Does get out. Smite will secure the dragon, and through comes Paranoia onto Kaiwing, who's going to use that dredge line to get himself to safety. Ghost is popped near on Eminem, and he's finding a lot of damage onto God JJ.
Uh-oh.
Gonna have to flash away, but Eminem, okay, he's gonna back out.
Yeah, nothing really happening. We actually used the first Nocturne ult, which I think is quite a big deal. He hit 6 off the dragon and maybe just got a little too excited, ulted the Nautilus. Not much follow-up. He's just going to be doing his blue here. Udyr has started proxying.
Oh, Gemini using that Hex Flash on cooldown. Looks like they are going to pressure Kazmo out of his jungle, and it will be Gemini able to pick up this blue buff for himself. So small wins definitely feel good.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, objective did go over to Hellpigs. They've picked themselves up the 3 Void Grubs. They've picked themselves up the first dragon. Void Grubs once again will be spawning very soon, and ICU with constant top pressure means it's likely to go to them. In fact, he might even be able to pick himself up the first blood, and he does.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Yeah, no answers to this Udyr champ yet. He is just, yeah, being so oppressive in the top lane. I mean, I'm not sure what happened, but you think you're not far up. You think it's a tanky champ with just ninja tabbies, but he just runs you down, slowly kills you.
Yeah, a little bit obscene. ICU, though, getting the better of Jung, at least on this occasion. Payback for Arting in the 1v1.
They probably don't have to worry too much about this Udyr, to be honest. Xayah and Azir are going to deal with Udyr really well, so it's not going to be the end of the world that this Udyr gets big. You'd, of course, rather not have a giant Udyr running around. As we're going to see what happened here. Oh, he just gets caught recalling in the middle of the lane and dies from about 50%.
Ooh, picture-in-picture. That is the bot lane getting dove by Frank. So both bot laners did go down there during that replay. I'm sure we'll get to see it again. But yeah, bit of a dire sort of situation for the bot laner of Hellpigs. But all things considered, things do remain fairly even. They're going to be able to pick themselves up the 6th Void Grubs, which feels really, really good for the Udyr once again. Going to be able to quite quickly take away the top tower if he's given any alone time.
Yeah, so God JJ has no flash after the dragon fight, and they decide we can just dive him. He's got no mana after he ults, and yeah.
Yeah, those guys got CC'd for a bit.
Not much you can do about that, honestly. Without flash and without Recon 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably just had to not be there, I guess.
Just had to give. Kazma, though, is going to find himself the blue buff. Of course, they did pick up those Void Grubs, too, so it's not all lost. Of course, I think you feel pretty good there if you're Frank.
Yeah.
The double kill bot, denying minion wave, feels a lot better than the Void Grubs in general. But of course, if you are winning later on in the game, it can mean that your chances to end are slightly easier.
Yeah, just extra creeps. You can TP to the little Void Grubs that you spawn as well.
Yeah.
But I'm having a hard time imagining this Varus achieving much this game. So I really thought a win condition for the Hell Pigs was going to be enabling God JJ on the Varus pick. And he's not out of it yet, but he is 30 CS down, 0-1. No flash for a bit.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to have impact this game.
For sure. And as you touched on, he's down to the Xayah, who is one of the AD carry champions that should be able to deal with the Udyr somewhat effectively. And of course, Jimmy in there to support him there.
Yeah, Udyr just has to run at you in a straight line. Xayah loves that. Same with Nocturne, really. She has the ult for the Nocturne Orianna combo.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a pretty good Xayah game.
This wave is going to be frozen again. What is it? They might even be looking for a dive onto God JJ.
Look at the Frank vision. Look at the Frank vision in the enemy jungle too.
Yeah, God JJ, you have to clear out this minion wave. 30 seconds now on the next dragon. Trades mid going in favor of Xingbai.
Yeah.
Jimmy in though doing a very good job of keeping himself nice and up there in CS. Looks like we might be going for, now call me a hater, but a better Orianna build might be coming through.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like he is going for the Seraphs.
Oh, I see 8. He did get his first solo kill, but it looks like Jiang's trying to turn the tides. Q3 will not land.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Cassante there. I want to see this Udyr go down, but I mean, that was a very one-sided fight, but he does lose his ult again.
Yeah, and it is also a fully completed item to Udyr, who hadn't backed yet, and so now Udyr does have the Iceborne Gauntlet. Should be a lot closer in these trades. Dragon number 2 going down. Hellpig's getting it very, very low. Gemini, though, walking in. Chain of Corruption will land. It's going to be Cosmo who picks up the smite. And now everything's coming out. Paranoia does come down. Crash down does come down, as does the Shockwave. And there's so much damage. Cosmo's going to find himself 1. Gemini, though, is getting low. Jimmy with the Emperor's Divided hits onto 2, but now he is in no man's land as Kazma might just go down to the Sand Soldiers. It's a 1-for-1 for now. And Jimmy in, he does not have access to his dash. He's going to be going down. 2-for-1, Dragon as well over to Hellpigs, and they're finding themselves at a lead.
Amazingly played fight by the Hellpigs, especially Kazma on the Nocturne. He lived for so long, got so much damage out, and got the smite, which is not easy to win a smite fight against Rel, with her Q doing bonus damage. I think God JJ positioned pretty perfectly too. We'll see. He actually just opens with an ult on the Rel. They kill her. Really nice recon ult. And 3-man Oriole gets flashed out actually. And watch Kazma. Watch how long Kazma lives here and flashes the Xayah ult. That was a really nice flash. I think overzealous by Jimyan on the Azir here. He does pick up the Nocturne, but he actually dies for it. And overall, Hellpigs, some life in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm liking what we're seeing from Hellpigs here. Again, it's a hard game for Varus. I think most games we're seeing as very hard games for Varus, and it's been made even harder by how Frank have kind of targeted him time and time again. But ultimately, if the rest of your team's doing well, then there's not too much of a problem. Udyr as well. Seems like he's the strongest champion on the Rift as things stand and wasn't involved. So feeling definitely pretty good as Hellpigs. Poke coming out here of God JJ. And Kazma just happily walking forward at will. Rift Herald seems to be the objective on everyone's mind.
So Cassante's build, I can't remember the name of the
Kinetic
item.
Runic. Kinetic. Yeah, Kinetic Raccoon. Kinetic Raccoon. Got it.
Kinetic Raccoon. That is the item that gives you a shield when you haven't taken magic damage for a while. I can't believe that shield is going to be up for very long, at least in the laning phase. Maybe he's just taking it for team fight strength.
All Paranoia comes through, and it's a really nice shockwave onto 2. It's going to be Kyvan getting so low, but this Casante's not really taking all that much damage. Udyr is in the middle of the fight. ICU's trying to find himself a kill. Will manage to find one. On the other side, though, Xingbai getting so low. Immonime is going to go down. It's going to be Xingbai who picks that one up. Gemini returns the kill. Casante all out, confirms himself one onto ICU. And all things said and done, it's a 2 for 3, this time in favor of Frank.
Yeah, this time the Azir finds a much better ult, much better timed while his teammates are still alive. And yeah, it decides the fight, I believe. And we're seeing the Casante be a bit more useful than the Udyr in these team fights. Udyr, for the most part, is just running around in circles in these fights. As we should have a replay. Let's see how this one starts. Nocturne ults in, Ori combo flashed out. And we just throw the Verisol onto the Casante. Yeah, the DPS. Oh. Really nice flash by God JJ.
Yeah.
Nicer Azir ult.
Yeah, Jimmy really finding so much damage in that fight, going completely untargeted.
Yeah, but you're seeing the difference in DPS where you've got Azir Xayah just hitting the entire fight and Varus Ori, they're burst champs. So once their ults come out, once that first bit of damage comes out, they're not doing anything compared to the Xayah Azir.
For sure. Now, importantly, I think it is Xingbai building a bit more cooldown reduction, has a bit of mana. We'll be able to deal with this Casante a little bit better as the game progresses. Obviously, right now it's going to struggle. Kind of needs a Void Staff online somewhat soon, you'd have to say, to deal with the Casante specifically, although it shouldn't really be her job necessarily to do it.
Yeah, but who else? You know, you've got a lethality.
Udyr.
Varus, yeah. Maybe Udyr can keep him in a side lane, but it's going to be really hard to kill this Casante.
Yeah, Jiang looking a bit unkillable. Gemini again, though, he's sitting at 100% kill participation. He's having a very good game for himself. Said in his interview after their last win that he thinks that utility junglers are still very strong and so wants to play them. And
yeah, he's proving it.
Yeah, for sure. Now let's see. Eminem did lose his flash in that last fight, so any Nocturne engages can be a lot more scary. Of course, Featherstorm should keep him at least somewhat safe. I think it's hard to know if the Nocturne's coming for you specifically, but when you don't have flash, maybe you're just popping that Featherstorm anyway.
Yeah, so they've got no flash on Eminem for the Nocturne Ori combo, but he is Xayah, so he can just ult out of it.
Through comes the Magnet Storm. Arding is not in a good position, although he turns it around. Eminem does get knocked up. Paranoia for disengage, although he's now going down bottom. He's onto Jiang, and Jiang is in no man's land. It's going to be the top laner now dead. A 4v5 ahead of what could be the third dragon here.
Yeah, Jiang a bit disconnected from his team there, just caught in the middle of 4 people.
Yeah, Xingbai getting low to that Casante is going to be able to recall, does have teleport available, and ICU, you're seeing it here, just running forward consistently. Arding will be flashed away from his engage. Gets a little bit low, and Jimmy trying to do what damage he can. Certainly is quite a lot.
Still have Oriole.
They do. Oriole is up, no Chain of Corruption. Really no other ult to speak of. It's going to be a lot of work being put onto this ultimate from the Orianna. Xingbai got that orb. Oh, he finds 2. It's onto Gemini, it's onto Kaiwing, but it's not onto Jimmy, and Jimmy is getting low though as Jiang is able to respawn, teleport in, and he's really, really unkillable. IC8 though, he's going to get knocked up. It's going to be Dragon picked up from CFO, not CFO, sorry, Frank, as they delay for just long enough.
Yeah, Frank getting away with murder there, I think. Pretty much everyone below 40% HP, but Varus was out of mana. So usually that's a field day for the poke Varus, but he just didn't have the mana to punish these HP bars. It looks like the fight. So he thought he could just find the solo kill on the Orianna, but his team was too close. Just gets picked off for free, and Frank, though, still managed to contest the Dragon 4v5 and get it.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly looks pretty good if you are a Frank supporter, and think things are getting a little scary. You've got Crypt Bloom now available for Xingbai, so he will be starting to do a little bit more damage, of course, getting through a little bit of that magic resist we see on Jiang.
Yeah, I think that's smart to just rush the magic pen item when you've got 3 people building magic resist already. Yeah. And he is the DPS on this team. Varus is just going to be poking people down.
For sure. So we'll see, though, how much it matters. Of course, one thing I think you're pretty happy about if you're the side of Frank is this Hellpigs lineup. The champions they've picked do Baron so insanely slowly that you never really have to be that concerned about it.
Yeah, no Leandri's on Ori or anything, no attack speed crit carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nocturne does okay, but he's going pretty tanky. Udyr hasn't built a Liandry's or a Riftmaker or anything, so yeah, Baron probably just out of the question for Hellpigs.
For sure.
You know, unless they wipe out Frank.
So Jimmy's gone for Lichbane second here. And in fairness, he's getting a lot of auto attacks off in these fights. We've seen it time and time again. So maybe it's good. Generally, we do see Liandry's, and I think maybe Liandry's might be better into the Udyr Nocturne, but we'll see. This certainly will offer more damage when it comes to hitting the Varus or hitting the Orianna.
Yeah, with the way he's been playing, maybe it just makes more sense for his playstyle. He has not been a backline Azir this game. He is looking for an ult any opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. Wisely backs away there from the potential danger that is the Orianna alongside the Nocturne.
Yeah, and this Orianna Nocturne combo, we've seen it this game burn a lot of flashes, but we haven't seen it, you know, have any crazy moments.
Yeah, hasn't really truly connected yet. But all it takes is one.
Yeah. Yeah, especially as the game goes on.
Now, 2 Frozen Hearts are completed for the side of Hellpigs, sitting on Kazma as well as ICU. ICU, highest level in the game. Should have a pretty good time in the side lane up against Jiang. Again, remembering they did pick up 6 of those Void Grubs, so any alone time on the tower feels pretty good. Of course, all out is a little bit scary if you are the Udyr.
Yeah, we've seen that the Cassante is able to chase down the Udyr and almost killed him twice.
Oh, God, JJ, he's a little bit overextended. Kaiwing can just hook the wall, Spider-Man over. Isn't going to commit it, though. Youmuu's movement speed, just enough there to allow God JJ to escape with his life.
Yeah, holds on to both his sums, which will be very important, especially when this Azir starts flying into the fights.
So Gemini picked himself up a nice little raptor camp.
So Dragon in a minute and a half, I can't imagine we're going to see anything before that. This might be a good time to just look for an Orianna Nocturne ulti combo, just to burn the flash. Just to burn the flash, and then your ults will be back up for the Dragon.
Sure. Okay, Tal's being traded bot. ICU picking himself up one, roaming up to the team to make sure no shenanigans occurs. Jiang able to return that. Now, what do we think Udyr's third item will be? Because obviously we do see as the Null Magic. I assume the Jack Show, but...
Yeah, it's looking like probably the Jack Show. Makes sense. He's got a lot of resists, so just multiply those resists with the Jack Show. He's spending plenty of time in the fights, so he'll be proccing it.
Walking around in circles with his Phoenix Stars, burning down whoever it's on. Oh! Gemini might have found his way onto GodJJ. The nice flash and the Chain of Corruption does come through. Gemini's going to have to crash down out. Arding also getting hooked up by Kaiwing, but a lot of damage being returned thanks to ICU being in the fight. Paranoia and the Shockwave. It finds 2. The follow-up's immaculate, but it's ultimately going to be Frank who take out the first 2 of the fight as Jimmy lands his way onto that backline. GodJJ being absolutely eliminated, and it looks like we might be seeing ourselves 4 going down for only Kaiwing's life, and Frank having a massive fight for themselves.
Wow, they connected the combo, but they just... Yeah, they just didn't have the damage to follow it up, really. Jimmy had a great fight. He found the backline as soon as all the cooldowns were down. He found the backline, he got onto them, and just killed the Azir and Orianna by himself almost. Looks like it'll be the Baron picked up by Frank.
Yeah, Frank looking like they're going to cement themselves a lead here in this one. Of course, Dragon spawning in. Kazma is going out to that. It would be the 3rd Dragon for themselves, but ultimately, with this Baron going down, a lot of map pressure will be given over to Frank. See what they can get done with it. Take a look at the replay. It was a great start to the fight.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for Frank here, and it goes from bad to worse once the Nocturne ult comes in. I think he finds 3, maybe burns a flash. Yeah, there he finds 3, but they just return the damage, and there's no follow-up damage on the combo. Look at Jimmy on the backline, just one-shots Varus, kills the Orianna. Varus ult whiffs.
Yeah, okay, 3rd Dragon is going to be picked up here. Paranoia does come out, and through will go that ultimate. Xingbai is going to miss his as the Zhonya's does come through from Jimmy and keeping him safe. Kazma trying to get away with his life, and it looks like he might just be able to. He actually doesn't. Some damage ticks down from Jimmy, and he takes out the Nocturne. He takes out ICU. Only 3 stand up against 5, all with Baron.
And out of nowhere, this has become a very one-sided game. Baron picked up. Actually, Hellpigs get the Dragon, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hang on to this game with the Baron. They've got 2 down, Baron buff up.
Yeah. We see on the bot side, Xingbai is just being chased around by Gemini on the rail, making sure he can't get that recall off. He might be able to now. Should be able to, although...
Well, here comes the replay. I think Jimian is having a great game. We'll see him this fight. He dodges the Verisol.
Yeah.
Nautilus hook from nowhere lands. You see the Nocturnal onto Jimian. What a Zhonya's.
Yeah. Blocks out so much damage.
And there's just not enough follow-up damage for the Rakan. Yeah, they tried to take him down, but while they're taking him down, Zaya's free hitting. He still gets plenty done on the Azir.
Xingbai eventually does make it out. And yeah, damaged out, tells the story.
Yeah, Udyr doing the most damage in a fight. You'd never want to see that.
Yeah, not really. And of course, both the carries, well, for Xingbai, as soon as that combo was whiffed onto his Zhonya's, it really was the fight over for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually dodges the Orianna ulti and a Varus Q. Still comes out of his Zhonya's and does the most damage on his team.
Well, that's a lot of pink wards. Damn, I've never seen that many pink wards littered in a bush. Now, should be able to pick up this blue. Of course, the only thing they're really worried about at this point, I feel like, is that Dragon Soul. Of course, it can be a lost con.
Yeah.
Really strong for that Udyr. It's going to make taking him down a lot harder. As well as the Nocturne.
Well, one thing about the Lichbane build is he's going to kill these towers on the Azir really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Right, now, Baron will be fading in 8 seconds, and so after that, God JJ as well as Xingbai should have the wave clear to be able to not really lose too much more. It wasn't the greatest Baron in terms of towers taken, but here comes the combo once again. It's going to land, but it's going to only land onto Gemini, and that's not who you want. Jimian is just freely wailing back, and so is Eminem. It's going to be 3 going down. ICU's next. All that's left are the 2 carries, but there's no mana available for God JJ on the Varus. There's 5 members strong for Frank, and I think after 28 minutes, we're going to see Frank taking up game number 1.
Yeah, it seems like at some point Frank flicked the switch, and yeah, there was no hope, really. Hook lands.
Yeah, hook lands. It's going to be God JJ going down. Should it be the game now? I don't see Xingbai really having much to say about this.
Yeah, what a decisive win as well. It felt like they lost that one fight into a Baron, into mid inhib, into bot inhib, into GG.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, they're going for more. Jimian finds 2. Jang picking himself up another. Just having fun with it now.
See if Kaiwan gets a hook off here.
Oh, Jimian's pumping up damage. Oh, he actually added just an extra, like, 3,000 damage to his total at the end there.
Yeah, I don't think he was struggling for damage that game, though.
No, he wasn't. That was really well played by Frank.
Yeah.
Early game, I want to say again, Hellpigs really showing that they know how to play the early game.
Yep.
Solo kill up top, ICU being able to take down Jiang, but it kind of fell apart around those mid waves, around sort of skirmishes, and ultimately, I think this is just once again another example of the Nocturne Orianna falling completely flat.
Yeah, it's just too one-dimensional. It was so hard to... It only landed really once that game, and every other time there were Zhonya's, there were flashes, there were Xayah ults. It was just way too one-dimensional. And also this Varus pick is just not enough follow-up. It doesn't really fit the comp. You need maybe something like a Jinx.
Kai'Sa?
Yeah, Kai'Sa, Jinx, anything with just a bit more DPS to follow up on these engages. It's been really hard to have impact with the Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah, for sure. And I think seeing how high priority it's been, it's just a little bit confusing right now. The Nocturne, I mean, we've seen justifications of it working. We saw one earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Junjie piloting a lot. But they weren't so fixated on getting the Orianna along with it. They were happy playing things like the Nico, which, while it doesn't have direct setup, when you make the whole entire screen go black, you can find a really nice engage as the Nico.
Yep.
You don't have to, just focus on, yo, we have the Nocturne Orianna. Every single fight we're going to ult with the Orianna ult. I mean, you saw they did that time and time again. Everyone's ready for it, right? You flash away, Jimmy and Zhonya's, and at that point, you have no more damage left. Your Varus is really not doing anything, especially if there's a Cassante or a Rel anywhere near him.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think this composition, well, maybe, you know, you think of it on paper, maybe it can work out, but I think in practice, it just doesn't work that well.
It's strange how often we're seeing the Varus picked with the Orianna, all the time when both of these champs just do not bring really DPS
Yeah.
to a fight. They're looking for big ults. Varus is looking for poke. They don't even necessarily want to do the same things, and the team fights just fall flat when you've got the Varus and the Orianna on your team. It doesn't matter seemingly how good of an engage you can get. You just don't have enough damage, especially when there's an Azir on the enemy team.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, honestly, thinking back to all of last year and then comparing it to this year, is Varus was really, really high priority in the PCS for a long time last year, and it looked dreadful the entire time. Like, it was just losing pretty much all the time. It was a lot of lethality Varus, and while, yes, it would often have a good scoreline or a serviceable scoreline, it wasn't really doing anything. And I think coming back to spring this year, it feels very much the same, where the champion... It's like, well, yeah, I mean, score's serviceable.
Yeah.
It's not really doing the damage you need. And a lot of the time, the damage it does do is so pointless.
Unimpactful.
That's right. It's just like, oh, you've hit 100 health off there. They go pick up the honey fruit, and they're back to full health. Or they lifesteal off something, and they're back to full health. And so I don't think this Varus pick has traditionally done that well in the PCS. And a lot of it's because maybe the rest of the team aren't playing around the fact you have this power in the bot lane so early on that you can play it around it. We saw it this game as well. Gemini spending a lot of time in the bot lane, and Kesmo not really doing much the same. In fact, a lot of focus on the top side, picking up those void buffs.
If you're taking a Hail of Blades Varus, you don't really want to be 30 CS down early game. You should be looking
especially
for
to
advantages.
A Xayah.
Yeah, it's so hard to play when your Varus is behind. Credit to Hellpigs, they hung on really well, and they managed to make it a competitive game. But once it got to team fights, you just saw really kind of the champion diff.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think ultimately when you look to game number 2, I think, honestly for every team, but in this series specifically, I do want to just start seeing something else. I don't think this Nocturne Orianna is having the impact that maybe it does in scrims or elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Frank. Every time the combo would come in, they were ready with the flashes, they were ready with the Xayah ults, except here where it looked like they'd finally done it. They get the Rakan follow-up too, but Azir is untouched. And he is just free hitting. Watch him go on the backline here. One-shots Varus. Combos with the Cassante to take out the Orianna. Meanwhile, Udyr is really not up to much. I mean, he tanks the Xayah, but...
Yeah, and I think Eminem, credit to him in that fight that we just saw too. He realized that he wasn't the target, immediately puts out the Featherstorm exactly where the Nocturne is going to land, rips it back and does infinite damage there. Yep. Damage graph.
Monster Azir game.
That's right. Yeah, it really was a monster Azir game. And, I mean, that was your blind pick, right? You blind picked it, got countered, quote-unquote countered by the Orianna. Not a whole lot of, I don't know, it wasn't all that exciting to see, but here you go on your screen, Eminem, most gold, Jimmy in most damage, most kills, and Kesmo, most damage. I think this is a theme I'm seeing with Nocturnes.
Yeah, it's able to absorb a lot more damage than you'd expect. I guess it's also because he is just flying into the enemy team.
Yeah.
Eating all the damage.
Yeah, he's a pretty one-dimensional kind of gig, the Nocturne. You just fly on in and try and do what you can. There's not a whole lot of I'm leaving now. I guess you can throw down the dark passage, but key matchup will be that bot lane. And I think it truly was because the Varus is expected to win. If you're playing Varus, Hail of Blades Varus, you are expected to win your lane. That is pretty much your one job. And when you're losing it this hard, down 30, 40 CS, now given a lot of that was because of the jungle, but you have limited your chances of winning the game so immensely. And credit to Eminem, I don't think I ever saw him get caught once by a single Nocturne engage. So
yeah, almost 90% KP as well. Pretty good game. Yeah. My goat was still Jimin on the Azir.
Yeah. I think particularly that one fight around their blue buff, where he was just, I mean, it was like that was at the stage where Hellpigs were ahead, and it still just didn't matter. Last fight of the game, of course.
Kiting masterfully here, but... Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for them to kill him. Honestly, the Xayah pick was an amazing pick and piloted really well. Really well by Eminem this game. Yeah, and he's got a lot of practice on the Xayah because almost the entirety of last year was Xayah, Kai'Sa, or I mean, at the very start it was Lucian, Milio, and Zeri. But yeah, I think you don't really like to. Well, you'd like to see him as a fan on the Xayah, but when you give him such a free Xayah game, especially when Xayah doesn't feel that strong in the meta, it feels pretty good for Frank. And I mean, he made it work. And Jimmy, and again, blind picking the Azir, really dominating. Yeah. Not so much in lane, of course, but as those team fights started to happen, I mean, they were behind. He found that one really good fight around their blue buff, managed to find like a 2-3-man ultimate, which really changed the pace of the game. But that's only game number 1. We do have game number 2 coming up, so do please stick around.
This is where the story ends. This is where the story
And we're back for what could be the last time tonight if ultimately Frank, like I guess we expect, take down Halpigs once again. But I think Halpigs are going to try and do their best to pick up a win here. And how do you think they do it? Because for me, at least, I really am tired of seeing the Varus. I think no one has made it look good. Even Wako doesn't make it look good, and he traditionally has been the best Varus player in the region. And so I think at this point, you try and look for something else. If you want a dominating lane, maybe something like the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think it starts with we pick up blue side, because so far every Frank game we have seen them on red side with the Rel into the Nocturne, making the exact same play at level 4.
Yeah.
So let's pick up the blue side for Halpigs, and yeah, let's shy away from this Varus. I think the Orianna can probably stay, but I think what happens with these Varus Orianna picks is that there's just safe picks. They're strong in lane, they're strong in team fights, they're always going to have a decent amount of impact, but the synergy just isn't always there with the champs, and they don't always have as much impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And on your screen there, you see once again Pretender now will be subbed in. So last time we saw Frank, they played Pretender Game 1, Jimmy in Game 2. This time we're going to have Jimmy in Game 1, Pretender Game 2. And I think looking at Frank and looking at Pretender as a player, that generally makes me think that their mid laner this time is going to be something like the Annie, something like the Nico, perhaps even the LeBlanc if it's to be left open. He seems to really enjoy those type of champions. And so I'm excited. It's a different look, and it's also very promising as you think of Frank going later on into the split. They might find teams that Pretender has a bit of champion pool against, and making sure he's still fresh, getting these stage games is very, very important. And it's something that other teams aren't utilizing as well. So I think, yeah, again, heading into the later stage of the split, it is a good look. Importantly, too, I think, for me at least, I kind of want to see a 2-0 here for Frank for the simple reason that they seem like one of our top 4 teams.
Yeah, they could be contenders. Yeah.
That's right. And for the competitiveness of the league, like looking at PSG in the last game and their last series, we really need a team that is consistent. They're consistently getting it done. They're doing it cleanly. And I think Frank really have to prove that by making sure they don't fall to Halpigs here.
Yeah, Halpigs actually going for the red side again. I think that's a questionable decision. Blue side seems by far the strongest. And it's just going to allow them to do the same thing. If they run back the draft, Gemini is going to be behind your bot lane at level 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think even level 3, half the time he only does his bottom side jungle and just heads on down there.
Actually, Orianna banned.
Yeah, okay, so that's already something that's different. And I'm kind of surprised that you'd ban Orianna when your mid laner is going to be Pretender, because he can pick the Nico. He's very, very good at the Nico, but will be banned. Lucian will follow suit. So same draft from Halpigs. Orianna being banned means there will be something different. And maybe the Orianna ban, and now you pick up the Nico. What can stand up against it? Not really sure. There are things like the Galio and going straight into magic resist, into that Kainic Recurn first item actually seems to have a lot of power.
Yeah, we'll have to, if it's going to be a Galio mid, we'll have to see a very different style of draft from Halpigs. We'll need, you know, some consistent damage from the ADC role. They're gonna looks like they're gonna go for the Nocturne.
I don't mind it so much because you can't pick the Orianna with it, so the team comp wouldn't be so one-dimensional. But Varus is the current hover. Not a fan.
Yeah, this Varus pick has just not been performing. We need to be playing around it. You know, especially if you're going Hail Blades Lethality Varus, you have to do something with that early game, or else.
This is a Xin Zhao angle. A Xin Zhao, a Lee Sin, a Jarvan, something that has a lot of pressure early. You can go down bot. You can really, really prove that this Varus is dominant in lane.
Yeah, if for nothing else, I'd like to see Frank in a different gear, you know, not just on the Rel, making that same set play. Oh, there's the LB.
Ooh. LB makes it through because of the Orianna ban. Now, LeBlanc is a champion that can somewhat stand up to the Nico. Now, of course, we have seen 1116 pick up a solo kill on Gory playing Nico versus the LeBlanc. So it's not entirely the sort of situation where, this LeBlanc strong in lane and can deal with the Nico. There are certainly ways for Nico to deal with the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's probably similar to the Syndra matchup where it's really easy to land your CC on the LeBlanc when she gets locked into her W.
This is exciting. Now, Gemini has been one of the players to pick Lee Sin, even when it's not at its strongest. Going to get to see him on it there now in the 2024 season, which is...
We see the Jax blind. Jax with Udyr still open might be a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, I do think if this gets picked, we are likely to just see the Udyr picked again from ICU. Again, he played perfectly well, picked himself up a solo kill. had constant pressure against Jiang in that 1v1.
I guess the idea is if you pick Udyr, they can pinch the jungle pool, but with Rel still open, Viego's in, there's going to be plenty of champs.
Ooh.
I'd be surprised to see the Cassante, who
So
I think...
would I.
Yeah, there it is.
There we are, fellas. Lock her in.
Yeah, this is a very favorable matchup for the Udyr from what I've seen.
Yeah, no.
I've seen teams go as far as flex the Jax into the jungle.
Yeah.
Just to avoid this matchup. So,
but now you can't, obviously, having that Lee Sin, although in theory you could put Lee Sin top. It is something that has seen a little bit of play, but...
Yeah, I don't know if he fares better into the Udyr, though, so...
It is a bit more wave clear.
Yeah.
It does have wave clear into the Udyr and has a little bit of sustain with that safeguard, but I think this will just be Gemini on Lee Sin.
Senaban again. Seems like they're just worried about the Senatom Kench lane in general. Renata ban from Frank, and we're going to see Hellpig's last ban here go with the Xayah.
Okay.
Who does that leave? That leaves
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn.
Kai'Sa is another champion that Eminem plays. Zeri is a champion that Eminem plays. There's honestly still so many options available.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they go for.
There's 580 carry bans.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if they go for maybe like a Caitlyn Lux. I don't know if it fits their comp all that well, but it does do very well into the Hellpigs champs.
Yeah. No, I think you could angle for a Caitlyn Lux. It certainly is something that will pressure the Varus, and the Varus actually have a lot of kill threat over. Oh, I like it. Lock it in.
Yeah, I like the Zen. I think this champ is very underutilized at the moment. He's very strong.
Yeah, and there's a couple of builds you can go for him. I think what has tended to be the most common is the Titanic Hydra Rush.
Yeah, the Titanic into Sunder is just so strong. You get the auto reset, but it is going to be the Viego. No slouch either.
Yeah, there are angles, but I'm not sure. I think Lee Sin fares better into the Viego than he would into the Xin Zhao, so we'll see. Ooh.
Oh, there's always the Ziggs, but probably enough magic damage on the team with Jax and Nico.
Yeah.
So you've got the LB Viego combo. So maybe this will be an AP LB, and she'll be going for one-shots along with the Viego, get him the reset, and try snowball fights that way.
I think it will be the AP LeBlanc, and I kind of like it. I think PCS teams in general haven't been the best at playing around the LeBlanc's power spikes when it is that AD build.
Yeah.
Does mean the lane's weaker against Nico, though.
Yeah, you've got to play around, you know, the split push pressure and very different power spikes from the LB. Though it is kind of like a poke-orientated build, so
yeah,
that might synergize nicely with the Varus.
Yeah, definitely. Alistair, the current hover. I wonder if we might see on hit this game. I think you can. You should just win sort of the 2v2 in any case. Varus being a bit of a stat checker in terms of AD carries. I think you actually could go on hit.
Yeah, I think he'll lean towards the lethality just so he can stay far away from this Nautilus. It's a bit frustrating to be on hit against a Jax as well. I think because of that, he'll lean towards the lethality. And then we might be lacking consistent damage, but there's nothing that you really need to shred down like an Udyr or a Cassante. So, you know, it might be a good lethality Varus game. We'll see what he goes for, and I'll be interested to see if the LB goes AD or AP. There's a lot still up in the air, even though we've seen all 5 champs.
Yeah, there is a little bit of mystery around, but I am happy to have different comps coming out here. I would still have preferred not to have seen the Varus again, but certainly it's not a champ that can't work. It just tends not to, is kind of the problem that we face game after game.
Yeah, it's a much better game for the Varus, I think. There's a lot of immobile champs that aren't going to be super tanky. You know, you can get your poke off with those Qs.
Yeah, for sure. It's up to God JJ to pilot the Varus here and get themselves a win. Of course, a lot of win cons, really. I'm excited to see Shanghai and how he plays the LeBlanc, and if he's going to go AD or AP, of course. I think Arden had a pretty good game for himself last game, so excited to see him on the Alistair. Again, another support champion with some playmaking potential akin to that of the Rakan from last game.
Yeah.
And then ICU, I mean, solo killed his lane.
Yeah.
Can he do it again? Oh, you are in some trouble.
Oh, Oh, nice little move. Pops the Ghost, gets just enough move speed to sidestep. Maybe the widest skill shot in the game, the Nautilus.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a bit of a wide boy, that one. But yeah, he does manage to get away from that. It is also flash burn on Kaiwing's Nautilus, so a lot of pressure really alleviated.
Yeah, so Halo Blades on Varus, Fleet Footwork on LB means it'll be the ADLB and the lethality. Varus, we might be lacking for magic damage a little bit, but nothing super tanky on the Frank side, so you'll probably get away with it.
Oh, we're going again. This guy is...
Oh,
he's confident.
We're finally seeing an Udyr punished for his sins, walking into enemy jungle.
He's going to get 2 flashes, though. It's going to be Gemini who does eventually pick up that kill.
Yeah, just gets the Ghost out of the Jax, but yeah, same diff.
Yep. There's a lot of sums, though. A lot of pressure now that perhaps the Lee Sin could have had won't be present, at least until he recalls.
Yeah. As we have a trade bot.
Yeah. Eminem, of course, does have lethal tempo, so the longer this goes, the better it looks for the side of Frank. And now Arding really being the person who pays the price there.
There's a replay. ICU just walking in, kind of blind, and they're ready for it. They know exactly what he's doing. They've played against or seen enough Udyr to know this is exactly what he's going to be doing level 1.
Sure.
And yeah, good start for Lee Sin.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Now, because of the trade level 1, it will be Hellpigs letting the wave push to them. Eminem and Kaiwing certainly being the benefactors of that level 1.
You're pretty happy with all these trades as Hellpigs, and even the wave pushing towards you is okay, though it might reset. If it can freeze, then that puts Frank in a pretty bad spot without the Nautilus CP. Lee Sin is going to have to come to protect his bot lane.
Yeah. That's something we've seen Gemini do quite a lot, though, so I'm sure he's used to it.
I feel like Ghost on Kai'Sa is pretty rare. I don't think we see that all the time.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I think you usually see either the Ghost or occasionally the Exhaust. Heal tends to fall out of favor a lot these days. In fact, usually if heal's taken, it's often the support taking it.
As Hex Flash onto mid.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, trades flashes. Oh, well, it doesn't trade flashes. Actually just gets the LB flash.
Yeah, and then Pretender managing to connect with the root means Xingbai takes a lot of damage. Should be okay to get this wave in, though, and then look for a recall if he so chooses, as ICU also manages to push his wave in. Something we will likely see for the entirety.
Yeah, of this game. Yeah, Udyr is a very good pick into Jax, and he's managed, even though with a rough start, to wrestle control back of the lane. We might have a clash between the junglers here, and
level
Diego's
advantage for
up.
Kazma, but yep, we'll just be smiting away that Rift Scuttle. Now recall's coming through, likely to go out to the top side. This top crab should be Kazma's to take.
It's going to be a much better recall for the Lee Sin, having picked up that first blood.
Yeah, Tunneler will be completed.
What's it called?
Tunneler.
Tunneler.
Yeah. See what Kazma goes for, because there are a few options. You can go for the Titanic Hydra, more of a tanky build. There is also the choice of perhaps going for Kraken Slayer, a bit more damage.
Yeah, I think we saw Kraken Slayer in that 1-11-0 Diego game.
Husha getting it done on the Rift.
Yeah, despite a lot of summoner spells being burned, a pretty slow start to the game so far. I mean, relative to the games we've had today, Nocturne's getting double kills all over the place.
Yeah, some chaos. Was the earliest first blood we've had, though.
Yeah, true.
Oh, Xingbai.
No flash.
He lost his flash, W's forward, and he's taking a lot of damage for it. Doesn't have teleport available either, and this wave is not in a very good state. Luckily, it is mid, so you don't really like to freeze the wave that much as mid lane. It's the easiest lane to sort of break a freeze in.
Yeah, short walk back as well, so you don't lose as much. But he does just one-shot the wave. I thought Lee Sin might tank it for a second there, but Nico's probably due a recall anyway. So he decides to just shove, and Lee Sin is going to hit the dragon here.
Yeah, should be theirs to take. Isn't going to be an answer, at least on the bot side. Void Grubs on the top side looks like will be Kazma's choice. Makes a lot of sense.
Uh-oh, Jax is 6.
Yep, Jax does hit 6 and ICU does not. Obviously the ult from level 6. Not the most important thing for an Udyr. And because he was able to survive, has his turtle stance, actually, trade ends up benefiting the Udyr.
Yeah, and Jax has to back for fear of getting dived here. He might TP back, yeah. And I think Udyr can save his TP here.
Yeah, we'll see. Jax doesn't have the most wave clear of all the champs. It's certainly not the worst, but...
Yeah, he's going to be able to put the pressure on this Jax now, I think, with a TP advantage, jungler on the top side of the map, and no ult on Jax.
Yeah, Kazma feels pretty good about the state of things for himself. Of course, Gemini picking up that first blood, but not really yet to see him do much with it. The item advantage is meaningful, but only if you make use of it. And he might be just doing that now, as this is sort of the repercussions of your jungler being on the top side while theirs isn't.
Yep, you just have to sit back. Varus is a nice champ to do it on, though. You're going to get most of the CS with a Q.
Yeah, this is a little bit dodgy. Kaiwing does have flash available for himself. Of course, so does both of Halpig's bot lane. And Kazma, as time has gone on, has made his way here as well.
Yeah.
Should have spotted out Gemini.
Both junglers have smite.
Yeah, and see. Okay. Might just be Kazma's Scuttle Crab. His first move is afforded to the bot lane of Halpigs, and
Yeah,
we'll be able to
bot
pick
lane.
that one up for himself. And despite the first blood, Halpigs remaining very even here in terms of gold.
Yep.
Doing a good job of getting around the map.
Yeah, Frank bot lane freezing ends up costing them the Scuttle Crab. Not a big deal.
Unless you're a jungler.
Yeah, unless you're a jungler. You're missing pinging your bot lane. Udyr is, pressuring the Jax kind of as expected. Still has TP advantage and a huge HP advantage right now.
This champ seems so fair.
Yeah, here comes Lee Sin. I wonder if they can kill him. He has no ghost. Lee Sin is not 6, though. He'd probably hit 6 soon.
Yeah, should do. Kazma is up a little bit in terms of the farm and jungle. As well as, of course, picking up those Void Grubs. It's pretty nice for the XP bar. Do not be fooled. That is not a level 5.
Nico actually really low on mana here. That favors LB. She's just got right-click items and fleet footwork. So
Yeah.
the longer she can just keep Nico in lane here.
And they're looking for a dive. They'll locate Gemini, and he's actually going to take a lot of damage here. Lance is going to be able to connect, but nice buffer there.
Yeah, very nice. Just
CC immune. That's going to force out the ultimate from Gemini for pretty much nothing.
yeah, and Udyr can get back to work, just shoving in these waves,
Get
making
back to
Jax
full
miserable.
health and 3 auto attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, ICU, for my money, seems like the star of the show a lot of the times here for Halpigs. We'll see if it's going to matter, though. Because oftentimes, I mean, the Udyr, he'll be annoying in lane, but Kai'Sa should be able to deal with him fairly well.
Yeah, Kai'Sa has an easy time dealing with a champ like Udyr. Percentage HP damage. He's just kind of a sponge.
Oh, Arding's going to have to pop that Unbreakable Will. He's going to get very low, and the Chain of Corruption misses. Killer Instinct coming through here for Eminem as Arding is on 1 HP. Flash forward, stun, will connect for Kaiwing as the damage is being returned, but it's certainly not enough. It's just going to be a clean kill there, given over to Eminem on this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, by the time Ali had ulted, he had just lost most of his health bar and just ends up going down. I mean, I think we landed 3 hooks in a row or something by Kaiwing there. And another Varus lane falling behind early to a champ that's probably outscaling.
Yep, definitely should be outscaling on that Kai'Sa, especially on hit. Likely.
As we'll see, he's not even that low, but he actually just takes so much damage instantly.
Yeah.
He doesn't ult particularly slowly, but yeah, uses the flash, still dies. Doesn't help that the chains just went nowhere.
Oh.
It's like a failed dive, top.
Yeah. And Arding might be going down as well here in mid, so
No flash,
all of a
no
sudden,
ult.
from what was a fairly quiet game, things are falling apart.
Yeah. Nautilus gonna help Pretender get this wave in mid. Though Shanghai not really that intimidated.
No, it feels pretty safe on the LeBlanc. Of course.
As we're gonna see what happened top here. Udyr goes, and
He's just going to start tanking it again. And
how does this go wrong? Oh no. He thought he dropped tower aggro.
yeah, but the burn from his ult.
Yeah, just gave him tower aggro back, and then yeah, damn, just a misplay.
Ah, that was to the best of us.
Yeah, no ult, no flash on Ali, just a free kill, as free as it gets.
For sure. And Void Grubs were picked up in the meantime. Eminem now on the top side. Feels pretty good, of course. Going to be able to freely push in, freely get these tower plates. And the Varus, obviously, is just too far behind now, really, to be that impactful. This does mean that Halpigs get the Dragon, which is going to slow Dragon win con potential from Frank.
Yeah, but I don't know who wants the slow game here. Was that the Hex Flash? I can't remember if he flashed in the bot fight.
He did flash. He flash autoed, so it must have been the Hex
Flash.
flash.
Flash. So far, Frank taking control of this game. It might be a repeat of last game where we have a relatively even game, and then one or two slip-ups from Hellpigs, and Frank just completely take over.
Yeah, for sure. And Rift Shield in 2 minutes. Dragon won't be around that time. I think with just how far ahead the top side in particular are for the side of Frank, it does feel like this Rift Shield might go over to them. Gold JJ has got himself a few plates in the meantime, though, so a little bit of gold for the Varus. But again, the gold on Varus is not as impactful as the gold will be on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, definitely. LB has the static shiv finished. She's really spiking more at like 2-3 items. She's definitely strong right now in any 1v1. You know, just a prolonged laning phase, she's going to be really annoying. But she's not going to have huge, you know, impact in any fights or skirmishes until, you know, she starts to get a few more items rolling. Though I do think the scaling probably is going to favor Frank overall this game. Jack's a bit of a monster. Udyr definitely falls off later.
Yeah, will become a sponge to that Kai'Sa, as you said.
Yeah, might have already fallen off as he's got the bombies versus a full Triforce on the Jax.
Yeah, I wonder, is he going to go for Hollow Radiance, perhaps? I mean, maybe he's just going Sunfire.
It's a good game for it, especially if the Kai'Sa goes on hit. She ends up doing a lot of magic damage. Jax does quite a bit of magic damage too.
Yeah. Be interested to see.
Yeah, as Hellpig's bot lane just cannot walk up at all anymore. Nautilus ulti is up. Flash is up now.
Yeah, constantly losing this Varus lane time and time again is not a good look.
Yeah, Lee Sin rotating top. We'll see if they can pull off a dive here. Always scary to dive in Udyr.
Does get his ward down. Not sure if it's known yet.
Oh, he actually uses his...
Yeah, he's pulling the wave.
W.
He's just going to get... Yeah, he's just stunned up. Ulted away. That's going to be another kill. It's going to go over to Jung.
Yeah, he used his second W activation just to try sustain up. I had no idea the gank was coming. You can see a lot of pink wards top side for Frank.
Yeah, it's a return that Hellpigs are going to try now onto the bot side, of course. Might not be able to find the kill, but they're going to get themselves at least the tower.
Yeah, trade back the tower. Jax does get the first tower, and this is going to be a massive Jax.
Yeah. Yeah, not how the matchup you'd want... not how you'd want the matchup to go, shall I say.
Yeah. This is a counterpick curse. Feels like every counterpick is losing.
Yeah. Now, Kazuma does pick up the Sundered Sky, so there's a little bit of power on this Viego, but ultimately not really that much compared to that of the Jax, at least. And I imagine Sundered Sky will be completed on Gemini's next back as well.
At least LeBlanc is putting the pressure on mid.
Yeah, it does get a lot easier once you get that static. Don't have to use so many abilities on the wave.
Yeah, and if Hellpigs can slow down the game quite a lot more, then this LB is just slowly going to get them more and more advantages if she's left isolated against the Nika. But to do that, Udyr is going to have to be able to hold his own against his Jax, which is looking pretty difficult at the moment.
Yeah, he's already very far behind. And honestly, I think they just, if they ever look for a fight in the mid-wave, it's so hard for God JJ to play around now. Failed combo there, unfortunately, for Arding. I don't think much would have come of it in any regard of...
Yeah, I doubt it. Plenty of teammates behind Gemini there.
Yeah. Xingbai playing pretty confidently.
Yeah.
Is going to have Gemini behind him on the Lee Sin, but certainly a very safe champ, so shouldn't feel too bad.
Yeah. As W's down and Lee Sin's behind him though.
Yeah, ult's available, and Resonating Strike will miss. Now, I don't know where you look if you're Helpix. I feel like you can't really fight around the Varus. The Varus is very weak as things stand.
You got to play around this LB, I think. That's your last hope. It probably should have been the plan from the beginning to combo up the Viego and the LB. See if you can find a chain, follow it up with the Viego as they go on mid.
Yeah, Yomu's going to be popped, but aren't going to find any way on Team M on this Kai'Sa. Vegeta in the area. Nice bit of chunk. Dragon spawn now. And in fairness, LeBlanc now with the static shift means it is a little bit harder for you to play around these objectives. Very good at dipping in, landing an auto,
Yep.
bit of a chunk, dipping on out. But going to be recalling. We'll see if she commits to teleport, but with how things stand and your jungler on the
TP's
top
top.
side. Yeah, teleport's top, looking for the Jax. Just not going to find it.
Gets his ghost. Still TP on the Jax means, well, Dragon was always going to be a given. We'll see if they drop the Rift Herald after. No, maybe not. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. He should be fine.
Decides to not trade the flashes.
Oh, Chain of Corruption comes through. They're looking for something. Dredge line will get Kaiwing to safety, and that's a big cooldown used for very, very little. And I think with that, it's going to be very hard to defend this mid tower if they do decide to drop the Herald. They haven't yet. I don't know where else you'd really want it. You definitely want to break this mid lane tower open, and
Yeah.
the Nico wasn't able to do a whole lot of damage to it up against this LeBlanc. And now LeBlanc has finished the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, so
Yeah.
a lot more damage coming through, a lot more procs of the energized autos.
Yeah, we'll see if she can get anything done in the side lane. She's looking to group at the moment, though. Picked up red buff. Here comes the Rift.
Yeah, we are going to drift on in. Xingbai is over. But Eminem, with that isolated Acathian Rain, going to take out a large chunk of Xingbai's health bar.
Actually, pretty good result for Helpix. Rift Herald goes down and just chunks their mid tower, but it stays up. And Lethality Varus can hold on to these towers for a very long time.
Yeah, and the LeBlanc as well.
Yeah.
There is a reasonable amount of wave clear that comes through.
Yeah, the only problem is, I guess they're stalling for the LB. Like, if this LB can get into a side, but she needs to be against the Nico rather than the Jax. I don't think she can really deal with this Jax.
Well, she's headed down there now. She can't really kill the Jax, but she certainly can neutralize him, which
Yeah.
at this stage might just be what you have to do, considering how far ahead Jiang's found himself up against ICU.
Yeah. Actually, an item advantage for the LB over pretty much, yeah, everyone in the game.
Yeah, doing well on CS, of course.
Yeah, Lethality Varus with 2 items, but his items are very cheap.
Yeah, has the opportunity.
Man, he does not have a lot of tier stacks.
No. Not doing a whole lot of abilities on champions. Oh, hook will connect. It's going to connect, though, onto Arding, who goes fairly unkillable. Really nice knock-up. Chain of Corruption. In comes the Pop Blossom. It's going to land, but it's only going to land onto Arding. As ICU's in the middle there, he's tanking up well. He's healing. Xingbai's trying to find the damage, but that Dragon's Rage kick puts him down to 1 HP. And it's just going to be an absolute massacre here. Nobody going down for Frank. 3, make it 4 going down on the side of Helpix. Only Xingbai making it out, and a triple kill now for Jiang.
Yeah, as soon as this Jax arrived, he kind of just ended the fight on his own. They actually landed the Chains of Corruption onto the Kai'Sa that fight, but just didn't have the follow-up damage to kill her. And this Jax is massive. Just 1 item as well. Hook lands on the alley, and look at the Chain of Corruption on the Kai'Sa, just no follow-up. And here is Jax arriving. Really nice Nicole.
Yeah. Pop Blossom completely splitting up the fight. Eminem, while he is low, he's able to get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely Gemini's ult there.
Wow.
Kicking Shanghai away. Nice follow-up.
Wow,
Once again for Pretender.
Frank just outplayed that fight. They were just landing their spells better, especially Pretender. Multiple man E's and ult on 3, I think.
That's multiples.
Yeah.
Don't math in public. And now, yeah, where do you look really as Hellpigs now? It feels a little doomed.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you can't be perfect game because you did get 1 dragon and 1 tower. But yet to find a kill and okay. Xingbai actually doing pretty well up against a 5-0 Jax.
Jiang decided to go for a very tanky Jax build. It's going to make it a lot harder for him to deal with this LB in the side lane.
Yeah, but maybe he just wants to get this Titanic so he has the wave clear, and wow.
Yeah, maybe he's doing okay
maybe
in
we're
the side
wrong.
lane.
Yeah, he seems to be doing all right for himself. Uh-oh.
Now, with no flash, I think he really doesn't ever have kill threat on this LB.
Yeah, without a huge misplay.
Yeah.
Should be able to get his tower, though, now, after that big chunk. Although Xingbai's staying around, maybe has the wave clear. Really, Hellpigs aren't able to find anything on the map at all at this point. Dragon going to be spawning now 15 seconds away. Xingbai getting himself off a recall. There are sums available for this LeBlanc. A lot of sums actually around the map, but Gore JJ does not have either of them, and he's very, very vulnerable to something like the Nautilus. Harding, though. Harding's getting very, very low. He's going to flash away. Does have ult available. He's going to have to pop it as Eminem does use that Killer Instinct to himself to get on in there. This Kaiser's offloading a lot of damage. Resonating Strike will connect, and it will be the demise of Arding on this Alistair. Frank really just having everything they want.
Yeah, having a rough game on the alley.
Xingbai goes to take the pink ward, and God JJ decides he needs to take some Baron damage as well. Yeah, this is very problematic. Now, admittedly, it's very hard for you to start a Baron in the face of this Lethality Varus as well as the LeBlanc, but ultimately it does feel like as soon as they can find one fight angle, it would just be a clean wipe.
Yeah.
They are very, very far ahead.
Yeah, there's no hope in the 5v5. You have to try to do something in the side lanes this game. Hope that your Varus can stop the Barons, clear the waves, and that your LB can get something done against this Jax. It's a pretty monumental task.
Yeah, one of the tasks of all time.
Yeah. And there's also just no pressure without a Kraken Slayer on the Viego.
Yeah.
And a lethality Varus. There's just no pressure of ever doing the Baron yourselves as Hellpigs.
For sure. Now, admittedly, in a 5v5, if you somehow manage to kill this Jax, get the reset for Kazma, and he turns into the Jax.
True.
Could look pretty good.
Yeah, there's always the Viego angle. When there are people this fed, you can always just turn into a Jax and just win the fight that way.
Yeah, the turning into the Jax being a very difficult task, that now that he sits at 3 items.
Yeah.
Frozen Heart being completed, and not a whole lot of magic damage to burn through.
Yeah, I remember saying there wasn't anyone who's going to be able to get that tanky, and Jiang had something to say about that, I guess.
Yeah, no, he's proven you wrong. Well, I was going to say Xingbai doing a bit of damage, but not really. Homing will connect there with the Dredge line. Is going to use pretty much everything. Arding once again in this Alistair ultimate, taking a little bit less damage. And the Pop Blossom comes through from behind. And God, JJ, he's no longer with us as Casper's next to go down. Full health bars pretty much across the map for Frank and Arding now. He's going to be looked at. Headbutt does come through, and through the Killer Instinct, there's a triple kill for this Jax. He's going to continue on, manages to get over to ICU. He's looking for the dive. Is going to choose against it, but this Jax is so far ahead, and with that, Baron will be picked up.
Yeah, what can you're worried about this Jax, and then Nico appears out of nowhere and just ults you, has been the story of the last 2 fights. It just seems too hard to kill this Jax at this point. They don't have the champs to do it.
Absolutely not, as an 8-0 Jax is running away with this game. Looks like he's going to pick himself up a tower in ICU's face. He might even be able to pick up the kill. He's going to have his team come up here to try and make sure he gets out safely. You don't want to give over that 700 gold shutdown if you don't have to. And now,
Going to the replay.
yeah.
We land a little bit of poke from the lethality. Varus hook onto the alley is usually never a good start, but I think Frank are just so ahead that they can just get the TPs off Nico from a huge flank. Only hits one, but he zones 2 out. And meanwhile, this Jax is just, I mean, you may as well just run.
Yeah. Oh, Arding went the wrong way with the blast cone as well. I didn't see that. Oh, Kazma?
On the Kai'Sa, she's too strong already.
Yeah, I don't even know if he ends up killing there with the shield that was able to come through from that locket, but I guess you got to try something, right? If you can turn into that Kai'Sa, maybe there's a way.
Yeah, Magi on the Nico.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh my
Wow.
god. Yeah, there is one person playing this game.
Yeah, no, Jung's having a pretty fun game for himself.
No, that's not fair. We've seen some great Nico ults. In that last team fight, Lee Sin didn't even need to ult.
Yeah. No, the Nico ult only hit one, so not a lot of damage, but forced out 2 flashes.
Yeah.
And yeah, just meant that Xingbai and Kazma truly could not play the fight any longer. 1 tower down now. Attention towards these inhib towers. You can see there in the top side of your map, Jung is just walking in to the face of ICU. Not a whole lot can be done.
Yeah, and with this Baron buff, the Varus wave clear and the LB wave clear is just invalidated.
Yeah,
and you can
completely.
just slowly. I mean, you can just sit Jax in a lane. They have to send 6 people to kill him.
Oh, I love this. The slow push, trying to sync up the waves. It's a little bit desynced, but should be good enough to be able to take at least one of these towers. Jung.
Big chunk on Shenbai.
Yeah, Xingbai getting very low and still going forward, but again, has a lot of safety. Does this LeBlanc.
I think we're pretending the Jax is not there, which probably is what I do.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do. Chain of Corruption lands is a really nice one, and they're going to be able to take out at least Pretender for now, and MM going to be looked at too. He's going to be able to transform. Kazma needs to get a reset here. He's able to get one. It's going to be Kai Wing, not the ideal target, as he's going to turn his attention now. Jung is very much now not ignorable as he's joined the fray. One inhib does go down. God, JJ is absolutely tickling Gemini on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, not a good look for the lethality Varus all day.
No, I keep being shown why we should not be picking the lethality Varus as Jung now going forward.
I mean, kudos to Hellpigs. That was a great look.
Yeah.
Considering the state of this game, that was, I mean, exactly what they needed to do. They found a fight without the Jax in it. They initiated with a really good, I think it was a flash Chains of Corruption.
Yep. Finds it onto Pretender even.
Yeah, on the perfect target, and yeah, still just not enough.
Yeah, not
enough
even close to enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Rift Maker now completed for Jax.
Interesting.
That
Okay,
is,
here comes the flash chain. Pretty beautiful.
Yeah, even getting off the chain, the piercing arrow.
Yeah. And Viego actually picks up the Nico and lands a snare onto the Kai'Sa, but unfortunately they can't finish the kill on the Kai'Sa. And no one is killing the Lee Sin, and don't even get started on the Jax.
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, they can kill the squishy targets. Like, they have an easy time killing those guys, but even after they kill them...
What was that? God, JJ not impressed with his damage against the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Kind of sounded like
very
nah.
strong.
He just hit me with the Nagada.
Yeah, I thought that was an R impression.
Oh, well, that's going to be now, was it the third or fourth? Oh, fourth. They've got Soul, Chemtech Soul, just to make things just that bit harder. This Jax will not be going down, but neither will the LeBlanc. LeBlanc currently sitting at 0 deaths.
Yeah, she's probably not dying this game, but...
Oh, didn't auto on Eminem. I'm interested to see how much damage the autos from LeBlanc would do to Eminem now, but it's kind of hard for her to even jump that far.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got some scary targets to be jumping past.
Yeah, and
Eminem playing super safe in these fights as well.
yeah, doesn't really have to do much, just make sure he's not giving over freebies. There goes Chain of Corruption. He's going to miss. Kaiwing does hook in, and a nice knock up, and a 4-man Pop Blossom. And there goes everyone. Xingbai is staying alive, but the rest of the team is absolutely not, as the cleanup comes through of what was a fantastic engage from Pretender.
Yeah, just another great engage from Pretender. You know, ends the game how it's been going, really. An unkillable Jax and just a great Nico ult.
For sure. And now, we've had some quick games today, but I think this was the cleanest of them all. 20 kills to 2. It took 30 minutes, but boy, oh boy, did Frank look good in this one. Proving us wrong about the Udyr matchup. They will claim their second 2-0 of the split, tying themselves up in the first place position alongside PSG, Talon, and Hellpigs, unfortunately, find themselves 0-2.
Yeah, just a rough start for Hellpigs. I mean, they showed some promise, especially God JJ in that first series, but yeah, when push came to shove, it just came down to they would make one mistake and Frank would just run away with the game. It happened in both games. In the second game a lot earlier, so maybe it looked a lot worse and a lot more hopeless in that second game. They just made a couple of mistakes and Frank never took their foot off the gas. You know, it took them 30 minutes to end the game, but they weren't doing it particularly slowly. They got every objective. They won every fight.
Yeah, they did it pretty cleanly, and I think part of why it took so long is because they were sort of, their win condition was Jax, and he needed to sit in the side lane, and he couldn't find sort of the most advantages going up against the LeBlanc, obviously.
Yeah.
A lot of wave clear, and he doesn't really have the opportunity to look for a dive or anything like that, and so it took a little longer than perhaps it would have against another comp. But again, it was just a very, very clean look out of Frank, and I think so far, the 4 games we've seen from them, they've all been very, very clean,
Yeah,
and I'm really liking the look of them. Honestly, I'm getting very excited for in the future. We get to see the likes of Frank up against CFO, BYG, PSG, and the mix of those 4 teams. I think we have a very, very competitive upper 4 here in the PSG. It seems at least somewhat clear to me. The only question mark I'd say is around J-Team, and if they can find form, then maybe the top 5 is going to start to look really, really nice and competitive. And for Hellpigs, I mean, game number 1, they kept pretty competitive. They did the same against PSG. They found ways to be competitive there. But they do very, very quickly fall apart when it comes to these team fightings. It seems like they don't have sort of their team fighting target selection, or maybe it's just how they initiate fights or look for fights is slightly off, and they find themselves at the disadvantages. Now, admittedly, they are going up against 2 of the best teams in the region, and so when they do it, when they go up against someone like West Point, maybe it'll look a bit better.
We saw a good look. We saw a good look in that second to last fight in the bot lane.
Yes.
They found the right angle. It was the right kind of fight they needed, but it was just way too little, too late. As for Frank, I think Gemini needs quite a bit of praise for these games. It's usually it's not him. He's said he thinks supportive junglers are good, and he's playing that role pretty amazingly well. You know, really low deaths every game. He's wherever he needs to be on the map. Early game, he's playing team fights pretty immaculately. With that dragon fight that really swung the game, he landed like a 3-man Lee Sin kick to follow up the Nico ulti, and you know, he's peeling who he needs to be. He's engaging on who he needs to be, and yeah, really impressive from Gemini, as well as pretty much everyone on Frank.
For sure.
Really good.
Yeah, and I think as well as dive up top lane onto ICU, where he was able to find the right timing, just kick ICU out of tower, get himself a kill for the Jax up there. And I mean, Jax just ran away with the game completely. Again, credit to Jiang as well. I mean, there was many fights where he wasn't there at the start. He'd teleport in and just find immense impact. The dragon fight you talked about before as well. He picked himself up, I believe it was a triple kill in that fight. And from there, he just really ran away with the game. It never looked like it was competitive again from that point. And part of that, I have to say, I think obviously while Varus found something there and maybe the inklings of what could have been a turnaround, I really hate seeing this Varus now. It's finding absolutely no impact early game. And if you're not finding impact early game, you've kind of then just ran out of time, because if you're going up against these crit 80 carries, these sort of on-hit 80 carries, you get to the mid-game, maybe you have some impact there, but the later it goes, the worse it looks. And this is the Dragon fight we were talking about. Looked good. Chain lands onto Eminem. Maybe something could happen.
And watch Gemini just peeling Eminem the whole fight. Huge pop blossom here into Udyr as being a bit disruptive, but I mean, Varus is landing his poke. It's just not enough though. This Jax is massive. And yeah, I think he lands another flash Nico E here, hits 2, and I mean, they just get so much this fight.
For sure. I think this is again credit to Frank and credit to them for pulling out both their mid laners. Both games, mid laners had a lot of impact, largely for different reasons in many ways. Like this game, it wasn't so much Pretender taking over the team fight, just DPSing everyone down. He was finding the engages, finding perfect engages, and it's really good to see that you have basically these 2 different mid laners play completely different things, and they both play phenomenally well, and they're absolutely well enough to compete with the best of the region.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We'll see how that goes. If they can both keep this form throughout the split, they could be a really scary team to play against because your champion pool is going to be pretty massive. You know, whatever patch comes through, it's not going to matter. You're going to have a mid laner who's well adapted to the champions in the meta. As for this Varus pick, I mean, you cannot be doing half of the damage of a Kai'Sa on Varus and on hit Kai'Sa. And it wasn't even a particularly good Kai'Sa game. She wasn't, you know, getting that much DPS off. But if you're a poke champ, you need to be doing the damage because a lot of the damage you're doing is artificial in the first place. So yeah, hopefully for tomorrow's games, we're going to see people shying away from the Varus.
Yeah, I think surely teams should look at kind of what's been happening and realize that, well, this maybe in theory this Varus pick has some credit to it.
Yeah.
It's really not finding what we need it to, and at which point, like, yes, it could be good, but it's not working, so let's play something else.
Yeah.
Key matchup, no surprise here whatsoever. It will be Jiang absolutely sprinting away with this MVP.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, by the end of the game, it looked like he could just win by himself, even if his teammates didn't bother showing up to the fights. But yeah, his team did play very well and enabled him to get a lot of kills. He was already pretty far ahead off of, honestly, it largely stemmed from that failed dive in the top lane. That just got him, once that happened, he had a Triforce to Udyrs.
Oh.
Yeah, watch what happens. He still has tower aggro because he's got a dot on. He thinks he picks it up. He picks it up again, and then he thinks he drops it, and then he's just walked all the way under the tower. And he
just absolutely
dies.
Sprinted under the tower.
Yeah, and Viego does manage to get out, but after this, Jax recalls and gets himself a Triforce versus, I think, a Bomby Cinder, and it's a wrap.
Yeah. Your winning matchup is not so winning when you're down at Triforce versus Bomby Cinder. And I mean, to be fair to ICU in that sort of scenario, you did see he went under the tower literally about 1 split second after or before his ult had run out. And maybe that was the difference there. If he had gone just slightly later, maybe been able to find the kill on Jiang. And maybe it's an entirely different game from there because it really was this Jax that was able to get them across the line. Because yes, Nico was able to find all these angles, but a lot of that is because there's so much pressure coming off what's happening in the mid lane because of what Jax is doing. The Pretender just has absolute freedom to do whatever he would like. But we're going to go to get another interview with Patty. It's going to be with Eminem, so please do stick around as we'll be back right after.
A few words to our audiences. 欢迎来到今天
Hello，
的
大家好。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。来到今天赛后采访的是 FAK 的 AD 选手 M&M。首先请 M&M 跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FAK 的 ADMM。
Congratulations on winning POG in the first game and winning on this match overall. So you are on a 2 winning streak so far. How do you feel about it? 恭喜你获得第1局 POG 以及赢得今天的比赛。FAK 目前是开季2连胜的状态，你觉得自己表现得如何？
就正常表现吧，然后最大的对手还是明天还是后天？后天 PSG 吧。
I think we perform normally so far. Our biggest opponent is the day after tomorrow, PSG. So we're going to work on that very hard. So FAK lost more than win actually last year when playing against HPS, which is the team you played today. Did you prepare more carefully for today's game? FAK 去年对上 HPS 的时候，一直是败多胜少的局面。你们有没有特别小心的准备今天的比赛呢？
也没有特别准备，就正常打就应该可以赢。
We didn't really prepare, especially for today's game. We thought if we play normally, we'll be able to win, so that's what we did. In the 2 matches you played so far, you had both your mid laners come on stage to play the games. How does your team decide which mid laner to step up? 目前的2个系列赛，你们都有轮流让2位中路选手上来轮替。想问一下2位中路上场的依据是什么？
目前就是看他们状态吧，然后他们喜欢玩的英雄也不同，可能都会看红蓝方去选择。
I think it depends on the condition. At the time, we decide depend on what kind of champions they want to play. Also, if we're on the red side or the blue side. Thank you for the interview and congratulations for your win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛。 也感谢选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们把画面转回主播台。
Didn't even prepare.
Yeah,
Didn't even prepare.
Just thinking about PSG.
That's right.
Just
He's like,
PSG on their
"Oh,
mind."
who's our next game?
Yeah.
PSG, I think.
A little insight into their mid laners as well. They mentioned that they were thinking about which side they were going to be on to
Yeah.
put in a specific mid laner. So I think what they thought was going to happen were Hellpigs were going to pick blue side once they lost game
Yeah.
1, and so they put in Pretender because I guess they have some draft plans for him.
Yeah, I'm
On
kind
the
of
red side.
surprised though because
Yeah.
I would have thought Jimmyan is the more red side player.
Yeah, because he plays as assassins.
That's right, yeah,
Yeah.
you can play the likes of the Akali, the Azir, which often, I mean, you can blind pick it, and he did in game 1, of course, but he likes to play things that he knows he's got a good matchup for himself and he feels safe in them. But of course, on your screen is the results for today. It was 2 clean 2-0s,
Yeah.
and I think clean 2-0s is probably the best description for them because
Yeah.
PSG didn't even break a sweat, and Gia picking up multiple kills level 3
Yeah.
as Nocturne.
Both these teams looking really good heading into their matchup in not
Yeah.
tomorrow, but the day after.
That's right, that's
Yeah.
right. And on Saturday, I believe. And that's going to be exciting because currently, as you see on the standings there, they are tied for first, both coming off fresh 2-0 wins. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, that's going to be broken up.
Yeah, Frank may be a team people weren't thinking about with the likes of PSG, CFO, beyond, but
Yeah.
they've definitely made a statement recently, and they could make a very serious statement on Saturday.
Undoubtedly. And then on your screens, of course, the upcoming matches. This will be tomorrow, CFO versus West Point and BYG versus DCG. I personally am more excited for the BYG versus
Yeah.
DCG game. And to be honest, I'm a little bit biased when it comes to this because possibly my two favorite players, I actually don't know who if I'm 100% on it now. But last split at least, it was Driver and Taco, and we get
Yeah.
to see them go up against each
Ooh.
other. And this time, Taco has a better team around him. I mean, not to insult Godtone's Hellpigs, but
Yeah.
I think Chris Carter's looking really good in the mid lane, tied again, same AD
Yeah.
carry as the Hellpigs, but he's looking real good. So it's going to be very exciting to see BYG go up against DCG, and I think this is an important one for BYG too, because if they're able to win this cleanly, I think that cements them as possibly top 2, top 3 in the league.
Yeah, BYG have looked amazing
Yeah.
so far. They've been my favorite team to watch. They've been very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, DCG probably a bit of a rougher start, but I think they took out West Point.
Yeah.
Honestly, in games where West Point had advantages on them, and yeah, they still managed to do it. And then after that, we've got who was
Huh?
it? Who was it?
See,
Who
it
was the second game?
was CFO the first game, CFO versus West Point. I think that
Oh,
should be.
right.
Well,
That should be one-sided.
looking at the names, I'm hoping it's one-sided because
Yeah.
CFO, massive names. They haven't looked too good yet, but certainly trying to prove themselves. But that will do us now for the first day of week number 2. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow with more exciting games, so please stick around for tomorrow.
Let's go again. We'll feel so alive. time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again.